decisions. We have to be ready to do that on different topics, and it's very clear that it is our basis of geopolitical power. We have good examples, like yesterday we were able to adopt the 19th package of sanctions, but we also have bad examples where we haven't reached an agreement. There is so much more with what we can do for enlargement, for example. We haven't been able to move on that topic. We have to either work for our unity or work with our decision-making processes so that it would be a democracy where it's a majority rule, not the minority veto. We have to join forces with the member states, institutions, working together across the political aisle. I hope I can count on your support for the work that we are doing. To paraphrase the UN former Secretary General U Thant, sometimes we have to accept less than perfect solutions to make progress. Dear friends, we may not be able to decide all the rules of the game, but we can certainly decide how we play by strengthening our geopolitical power and using it, by sticking to our principles and values and defending them. And for liberals, the values and principles have always been at the heart of our core existence. So I don't see anybody else doing it the way we are doing it. That's why we need all to work together. It is more important than ever. Let's pull to the same direction and really make Europe a global superpower. It is entirely up to us how we do it. So I really call on this conference to discuss all the topics that we can raise, how we can defend them, and how we can do this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kaja, for your inspiring words. I must say, you are really an example of leadership, of liberal leadership, but also of female leadership. I think there are a few commissioners that are, if you allow me to say, as kick-ass as you are. And when I look at how the European affairs has changed since you took office, I must say I'm very impressed. But I would love to hear from you, what is your take on this diplomatic year since you took office? Because looking at the world stage, it seems that particularly the Trump administration claimed a lot of successes. Where are we Europeans?
Well, it is clear, one thing is very clear, Americans are much better at marketing than we are, because we are doing a lot of work for different areas like, you know, Armenia and Azerbaijan. Actually, the work was done very much before you know, the previous years, also by liberal leaders like Michal, for example. So we have to also take the credit for those things. Of course, there's so much more we can do, and you know, for us, it has been always the question of results, also the quiet diplomacy, which is necessary to achieve peace and security in our neighboring regions, and we continue to do this. Of course, the marketing is also important. I remember, you know, days back when I was a member of European Parliament, and I was at a panel, so it was a Latvian colleague, a Lithuanian colleague, and an Estonian, I mean me, and then, you know, I was talking about, you know, what we do for, you know, the digital governance, e-governance and everything, and so the moderator asked the Lithuanians, so what do you do there? It's like, we do all the same things, but Estonians have much better marketing. And this is true, and nobody can really know about these things if you don't talk about these things either. So I don't, you know, agree to the statement that Europeans are nowhere. I think looking at right now what is happening, regarding the biggest threat that is close to our neighborhood, which is the war in Ukraine. It is very clear that Europeans have stood the ground and the course, and that's why we see also now Americans putting sanctions. And yesterday the timing was perfect. We adopted the 19th package of sanctions, and the Americans did too at the same time, to really get out the message that we have said all the time, that the only thing that works with Russia is pressure.
We absolutely do see that appeasement doesn't work on an aggressor like Putin. You just said in your speech that we need a working majority, not a blocking minority. So one of the things that always comes up when we talk about moving forward in foreign policy is internal reforms. Do we need them to become a global superpower? And what do you think about abolishing the unanimity for decisions?
Well, coming from a country that didn't have a voice for 50 years, we really cherish that we are equals around the table. Every country in Europe is equal. But we are in a situation where we have the treaties that give us possibilities to adopt decisions in also by qualified majority in some cases. We haven't really used those treaties this way because having everybody on board has been a bigger value. But I think right now we are hitting this point where it is not, if one country is blocking actually 26, then it's becoming a problem, because it's not the 26 that decide what do we do. It actually is the one that decides what we don't do, which is equally strong action. And that's why I think the credibility of us comes from being able to take decisions. I think, looking back, this short time that I've been in the office, that seems quite much longer than it actually is. But looking at this, I must say that I see the frustration that in certain cases we are not able to adopt decisions. And if we are not able to adopt decisions, so we don't have a common European position, then we actually don't have a role on the global sphere as well, because we are divided. And that's why I say that our unity is our strength. The possibility or ability to adopt decisions is our strength, that we are also around all those tables on the global geopolitical game.
I think you are very much spot on there, and I really love what you just said, particularly as someone coming from a bigger member state like Germany, that unanimity also was a way to protect that there are no smaller member countries that can be pushed over. But the times, they have really changed in that. And I would love to pick up on another point that you just make. The Mercosur trade agreement. We heard it yesterday first as a rumor that there was maybe even unanimity in the room to approve the Mercosur trade agreement. Are you maybe in the position to share a little bit with us what was the feeling in the room?
No, like I said, the idea is that we have to really build our relationship with those who still believe in free trade. And by Mercosur, we would have a 700 million market, which creates a lot of opportunities for our companies. And it is a lot of interest, I think, on both sides to move forward with this. So the understanding, I think, is there, considering how fast we have been able to move now after 25 years of negotiations. And not only in this case, but also on other topics and trade agreements like Indonesia, like India, because it's clear that all the countries in the world, if you go around, everybody has been hit by tariffs, and that has made very clear for everybody that they need to diversify their trade portfolios, and that is equally, equally important for us.
I couldn't agree more. More trade with more partners makes us economically less dependent, but diplomatically stronger. So it definitely is a win-win. Thank you so much, Kaja, for taking the time, for joining us for a little Q&A. Before you leave, I will invite the Prime Minister of Estonia to join us for a picture and then join us for a speech. Just let me quickly introduce him, though he needs no introduction. He's another outstanding liberal leader from Estonia. As you can see, they must really have a factory they're making them. Kristen, Michal is driving forward innovation and resilience at home. Estonia really is a shining example of liberal success. For many years, when people talked about Estonia, they thought about digitization. But now they also think about innovation, security, resilience. And I had the pleasure to see that very much firsthand. I was a few weeks ago with our group in the European Parliament, Renew Europe, at the border with Russia. And that was such a powerful reminder as well why our work to build a strong, a united and a secure Europe matters the most. So I would like to invite Kristen on the stage with us for a little picture and then to hear from you. Kristen, please come.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Europe was built on liberal roots: freedom, justice, and democracy. We as liberals believe strongly in these principles. And for Europe to stay Europe, we must defend them. A war on our continent, repressive politics, economic pressure have put our societies to the test. We cannot take the easy road with bans and fear. We must strengthen what matters: the rule of law, strong institutions, and trust in free citizens. Freedom also comes with responsibility. We must fight disinformation and interference, and we must invest in what keeps democracy alive: young people, education, civil society. An informed citizen is the best shield against manipulation. This leads to my first point: Ukraine. In Ukraine, democracy has survived under fire through the courage of its army and its people, and with Europe's support. Ukraine's choice is clear: it belongs to Europe. EU enlargement is not a charity, it's a strategy. Let's move forward with Ukraine, Moldova, and others who meet the criteria. Enlargement strengthens both our economy and our security. At the same time, we must help Ukraine achieve just and lasting peace on their own terms. This means maximum pressure on Russia, sanctions, isolation, accountability, and it means also weapons faster. If Ukraine loses, Europe loses, because then the rules of the world are written again by force. Russia is not winning. It is bluffing, trying to divide us with hybrid attacks, cyber and disinformation. And we cannot give in. Europe cannot be global if our house is not secure. Second, defense. It is time to take Europe's defense into our own hands. Europe has enjoyed peace for too long without building the tools to protect it. Across the Atlantic, we heard a message: Europe must carry more weight. Estonia will spend over 5% of GDP on defense next year. This is not easy, but we know Russia and we prefer to be prepared. Europe must be prepared too. We need credible capabilities: ammunition, air defense, cybersecurity. Our economies are 25 times larger than Russia's. We can outproduce them. Let's build defense capacity in Europe, boost our industry, innovate and cooperate between big and small nations, large and small countries. In Estonia, we mix defense know-how with a digital and startup mindset. Innovation is our best weapon, and we must coordinate well, because we all stand in the same lines. Today, defense warehouses are sellers' market. That's why joint procurement and shared productions are not fairies anymore, but necessity. And third, competitiveness. Economic strength is the backbone of geopolitical power. Without it, there's no influence, no resilience, and no security. The European Union must use single market, competition policy, and trade instruments strategically to defend our interests and shape global norms. We need industrial champions in AI, defense, and energy. We need to complete the digital single market, not just talk about it. Estonia can help. Our public services are almost fully online. We have seen how efficiency builds trust and growth. Europe must work for its companies, not against them. That means less regulation and smarter rules. If sustainability turns into bureaucracy, it will fail. We need clear, clever, and practical decisions, not endless paperwork. In Estonia, we simplify rules, reduce the tax burden, and improve regulation. The EU should do the same. Make competitiveness our next big project. To conclude, the first step to strength is unity. Division is weakness, and our rivals know that well. For Europe to become a true global power, we must act together. The world is moving fast, and Europe cannot afford hesitation. Let's hold true to our liberal values, build strong defense, grow our economy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you all for having been in such big numbers for this session and for welcoming the HRVP and the Prime Minister. Now I will ask you some more flexibility because we are going to move from this session to our council meeting. Our council meeting is reserved for our delegates. So this is a time where all delegates, council delegates, obviously. So council delegates, please stay in the room. We will have a small setup of staging. And then we will start with the council meeting in 4-5 minutes, depends how quickly and efficient you are. Thank you. Oh, there you go. You're in the middle, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start, and I'm sure I'll get your attention because somebody lost their phone. It says Sterker samen, Ung Venstre, so I think we're looking for a Dane that lost their phone, and it's available here. Nevertheless, this also means we are about to start the council meeting. Council delegates, we count on you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know about you, but I am already energized. It is so nice to start with this strong political message before you do all the formalities. Welcome to the ALDE Party Council meeting ahead of our Congress this time. First agenda point is very classically the adoption of the draft agenda. Are there any remarks to the agenda? Then I deem the agenda adopted. Thank you very... Oh no, sorry, I actually have something to add. I should read my points better. We actually need to add an item, the appointment of returning officers, which is suggesting that we appoint Marco Weber from FDP Switzerland and Daniel Obst from FDP Germany for the elections to be held during this Congress meetings. Can I ask Council for approval to put this on the agenda? You maybe need to raise your hands. Can I see the yes? Can I see the no's? Great. Then I need to ask for approval if you want to appoint them. So we just put it on the agenda. Do you want to appoint Marco Weber and Daniel Obst as the returning officers? The yes, please. The no, please. Thank you very much. So we have the agenda adopted and we have returning officers. Then we come to the agenda point 2, the adoption of the minutes of the council meeting held on the 28th June 2025. And I know from Sabine there is already a change to the minutes. Sabine, please.
A small element to be added. There were a total of 10 urgency resolutions in Helsinki, and number 10 has been withdrawn. It was the one on Israel and Gaza. So this will be added to the minutes, providing you agree.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Are there any remarks on the minutes from the last council meeting? Great, then I deem the minutes also adopted. Now we come to our third agenda point, which is finances, for which I would love to give the floor to our treasurer, David Burke, to introduce all the finance points. David, please.
Good afternoon, delegates. Dietrich, do we have the slides? Thanks very much. So, good afternoon, delegates. Welcome. I hope everyone, as Svenja has said, we've had two fantastic speakers. It's got off to a great start, a great Congress. So I suppose I'm going to try and keep the finance report as brief as I possibly can. So we have a finance report. I suppose just to say about the party's finances, since 2024, the European election, it's been a journey. It was a tough election for us, but I always say don't waste a good crisis. And we've done a lot of reshaping. When we get to the budget here, we've done a lot of reshaping of the finances. And I'd like to thank, first of all, my colleagues led by Svenja and the Secretariat and my colleagues on the Bureau. There has been a strategy where we've reshaped the finances to focus on what's important, like in terms of supporting all our parties in each country to win elections, peer-to-peer support, and that is the basis of finances. Finance isn't about money. Finances is about supporting your activities in each of your countries. So I'm going to talk you through that, but I just think it's important we give context. As I see Malik down there, we talk a lot about this. It's about winning elections and having our liberal values at the centre of what we do. So we might just go to slide 1 there. So just in terms of the first agenda item, just around membership. The membership fees, the generating of own resources is very important. I'd like to thank all our parties, our compliance in relation to paying membership, both for EU and non-EU. The compliance has been very high, and I would like to thank each of our parties across Europe. So just in terms of the second piece in generating own resources, and just so as one would understand, and I'll touch on this, we get on an annual basis between 4 and 5 million from the European Commission. We're required under current rules to produce 10% of our own resources matching that. How we do that is around your membership fees and also corporate sponsorship. So in terms of membership fees is a very important part. The second part of it is around corporate sponsorship. And this is all laid out in your pack. I'm pleased to report on our corporate sponsorship. We have raised in excess of 150,000 this year, and that has been very helpful in terms of own resources. And again, I'd like to thank in particular Sarah at the Secretariat for the work she's doing behind her scenes. And I'd also like to thank the work. We have a financial advisory committee from members of our part, from the ALDE family, and we vet these companies that we take monies from to ensure that they're consistent with our values. So they're two very important parts of our own resources. Delegates, and I can see Manfred taking notes there, is we obviously, the third part of the presentation is just to go through the budget. So we're presenting a budget for ratification here. I suppose just in terms of it, there are, I suppose, 3 or 4 main points. Obviously, since 2024, we had a fall in our income, but I'm pleased to report that we've had 4 new MEPs taking up our signatories, and I'd like to particularly thank the political unit, my colleagues on the Bureau, and Fanny, who joined us recently, for the work they have done, and Svenja on her leadership. She's very focused in doing it, and that's certainly helped our income base. I suppose that's a key point to set. We've kept our staffing levels stable, and also, I suppose it's important to note we are making savings in the area of programme events. So what I am pleased to report here is that we're able to provide a balanced budget.
David,
yes?
I'm very sorry. I'm hearing that apparently the remote control is not working, but you also have a clicker there.
Yeah.
Could I ask you to use the clicker
yes,
as well?
apologies.
So everyone can see the numbers. Sorry for the technical problem.
Yeah, I can go over it again, yeah. So I suppose just in terms of the budget, as I touched on there, as I've outlined, I suppose on the top line there, we're taking in excess of 5 million in 2025, which reduces to 2026. The main reason for this is that there's going to be, we had own resources carrying forward that is going to have to reduce going forward to make our finances stable. As I said, we've been on a journey since 2024, and part of this is we're making the savings, and particularly Sabine is a great support in terms of doing that. So we have made the reduction in own resources, and how we've achieved that, as I said, is the new MEPs, the savings we've made, and also producing a balanced budget. So I suppose that's in terms of the budget. Just before I open to the floor for one question, is underpinning this is there has been a lot of journey on regulations, which is in your pack. And one of the things, and I know at the last Congress and last Council, we raised around reducing our burden on own resources from 10% to 5%. I'm pleased to report, and it's something that I've raised consistently over the last years, that we've reduced our need for 10% has now been reduced to 5%, and that's a big win. And there's been a lot of work that's gone behind the scenes. I know even Eva there, my colleague, and Marie Bear, we spoke last year, the EU presidency, to make sure that it got passed in this term. Now, it's been passed by Parliament and is due to pass the EU Council. That's very important. That allows us reduce going forward, potentially the burden of own resources. And the second piece in that is it's providing clarity on how we can support parties. There's been a lot of restriction around that, so we hope going forward we can improve that. And another thing which has been very important is ensuring, and I say this every single time, is this is a European family, not an EU family. We have a regulator who constantly wants to use finances as a lever to break that link. And with the work of my colleagues in the Bureau, it's front and centre that we always emphasise that European family. We have shared challenges like defence. We have shared challenges, pandemic. So the ALDE family is one that we will not allow the finances. So we have ensured that the EU, non-EU barrier is not there and that we're all part of one structure as well. So there, and I think, Sabine, you might talk to more detail. I've probably taken the sexy parts out of that. But that, I suppose, a lot of work just on the budget has gone under this in terms of staff and restructure since 2024, and I suppose defining where we spend money for best effect for all your parties across Europe. So just to conclude, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the Bureau, thank all of you for your support for my term, and I look forward, hopefully, working on your behalf for the next 2 years. So I'm happy to take questions in terms of budget if anyone has any. And my apologies on the clicker. I thought we were having a technical difficulty there, Sabine. Okay.
So as David mentioned, indeed there is some news on the recast on the Regulation 1141. I have the impression I'm talking about it for years now, but here we are. The Parliament finally adopted the outcome of the trilogue, and the Council still needs to approve it. Our hope is that by end of the year this is completed and that it can enter into force as of beginning of next year. Maybe to remind you quickly on the main points, indeed, the co-financing rate is going down from 10 to 5%. It's good news for us. It's less difficult to achieve the level of own resources we need to top up on the grant from the European Parliament. Then on self-generated resources, except for membership fee, all the others will be capped at 3% of our budget. It's actually quite constraining. On the good news, there are clearer rules indeed for the cooperation with our member parties. This was for us extremely important. We have several programs of cooperation with our member parties. We'd like to go on doing them and we would like to develop them further. So now we have more latitude to do that. There is also the obligation to get from our member parties a written declaration that they agree with the founding values of the EU. I don't expect that to be a problem for none of our member parties, but you can imagine where that comes from. And then for our non-EU member parties, I reported on several occasions, we really try to influence that decision. The conclusion is now that a new statute will be created called associated members. This is what is currently being done by the EPP. They were the main source of inspiration for that. We secured, however, that they can still participate, they can be members of the board, they can participate in decision, with the constraint that were introduced in the last revision of our statutes. There will be adaptation needed, Manfred, to our statutes indeed. We are still waiting for instructions from the authority, but I think the main changes have already been implemented, so that's good news. Parties will have to declare the identity of donors above 3,000, so there is a modification there, but we have always been very transparent about that, so that is just going on doing what we did. And finally, the financial part will only enter into force for the financial exercise 2027. You know that we introduced the grant application in September of the previous year, so for 2026, it's too late.
Thank you very much, David and Sabine. Are there questions to any one of them on the budget? There are questions, then please take the microphone and line up. And please always introduce yourself with
Rudi
your
from
name
Germany,
and the party.
Rudi
Perfect,
from Germany. I'm here in the Congress since about decades. I have the question, which parties should be supported next year to have a good outcome and to have a best result, and what are the hotspots?
Sorry, so which parties is it? Sorry.
It's Rudi from FDP. Rudi, I'm not entirely certain. I didn't get the question. What is your question?
Very briefly.
Yeah.
The question is, which parties will be supported into next year financially to get a good effect, and what are the hotspots?
Thank you very much. I would say we collect a little bit the questions. Currently, we only have 4 questions, so you collect and then collectively answer.
Hello, good morning. Maartje Jansen for D66, the Netherlands. Now that the cap for corporate sponsorships has been lowered, does that mean that we will be more selective? No? It was with the new EU regulations, it used to be 10% and now it becomes 5%? No? That's not correct? Okay. Well, if the cap is lowered so that we need less corporate sponsorship, of which D66 is not a particular fan, would that mean that we would be more selective in which corporate sponsors we aim to approach? For example, if I look at the current corporate sponsors, I see big pharma, big tech, plastics lobbying organization. If we would need less of their money, could we be more selective in which corporate sponsorships we seek? Thank you.
Good morning, David Chalmers from the UK Liberal Democrats. Could you just expand on the situation with parties that are obviously, or countries where we can't have membership, and the relationship and the situation with Gibraltar? I know that there were some things that have happened in the past week, so if you could explain on that. Thank you.
Manfred Eisenbach from FDP Germany. My understanding is that we are discussing item 4 and item 3 or item 5 together.
3.
Okay.
So agenda point 3 on finances we are.
To the finances and the budget 2026, I have...
You know what's my question.
Pardon? Some questions. You have a provision of the Congress and Council meetings, which is lower than in 2025, budget 25. Everything is increasing, costs are increasing. You should elaborate a little bit on that. And I don't understand that the press costs will be 0. It's about communication, and the 0 is with the leaders meeting, the international office meeting. This is not quite sensible. There are some not cash positions by depreciation, which are lower than last year or this present year. You should elaborate to that. And the question I had to sponsoring is covered by my colleague from Denmark.
Thank you very much. I would say we answer those questions first because now there are some more lineups so that no one gets lost. We have different person answering different question. I'm going to answer the question about the sponsorship. The good news is in that regard, so far we were requested to have at least 10% of our budget from own resources. For that, we heavily relied on sponsorships, particularly from corporate sponsorships. So there is less pressure now. It is not a cap, it is the minimum we need to raise. So now we only need to raise 5%. So that is indeed less pressure. But still, we need to raise a specific amount of money in order to facilitate events. So we have quite a transparent system in place for corporate sponsorships. There's several levels of vetting. We have the Financial Advisory Committee that is built up of representatives of the member parties that looks into that. And we have also rejected sponsorships when we said, okay, maybe those companies are not particularly in line or in value. So if we feel like a sponsor is not fitting for us as a party, we are not doing that. We have different levels of sponsorship, different engagement levels. We have the possibility of buying a corporate ticket to join the Congress. We have a possibility of event co-hosting. So there are different formats for different clients, but we have a really thorough process of vetting them. But the good news is that there's less pressure, but I can really reassure you we never took someone just for the money if they were not fitting to the values of our party. I'll give to Sabine for some of the questions, and then to Diederik, and then David, if you want to comment on something.
I'm happy to take. Yeah, Sabine, I might try them over to you.
Then maybe David starts, and then Sabine and Diederik can fill in.
Just in relation to Rudy around which parties, we obviously, one of the most important screens, and we have 170,000 as our political projects line, and I say annually, I like to overshoot the runway. The more activity, the better. We have been constrained to date on regulations. There are no particular parties. We look for applications so as we can support the political activities in each country. There is no hot list going into it. I'd say if we get closer to elections, there's a conscious effort by the Bureau, but there's every party, we want that political parties line.
seated, if I may ask you. Also in the important front row, may I kindly ask you to grab your seats. We're almost there. The political negotiations can go on tonight during the reception. Okay, just a little second. Can I kindly ask in the front row to grab a seat, please? Dan, can you grab your fellow colleagues and be seated? I see Svenja. Voilà. Dan and Adam, can you please take a seat? Voilà. I've been asked to be the police today. Well, welkom aan iedereen. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Willkommen aan Sie allen and a great warm welcome to each and every one of you, liberal friends. I'm Rick. I'm one of the ALDE vice presidents from Belgium, a long-standing member of both of our liberal parties in Belgium, Open VLD. Welcome to our newly elected president, Frederik de Gucht. Et évidemment, bienvenue à nos chers amis du mouvement réformateur avec une imposante délégation, j'ai vu, avec son président Georges-Louis Boucher. Well, we are very and extremely happy to host this Congress on an extremely important topic, how to grow Europe into a global superpower. After 20 years, we're very happy to be able to host the ALDE Congress again here in Brussels, Belgium. The two liberal parties in this country have a long history, a very long history since we descend, both of us, from the first ever political party being created in continental Europe, about half a mile from here at the Grand Place in Brussels. And if ever after the reception you still have some strength, go and have a look at it. It's fantastic. It's the most beautiful Grand Place in Europe. But we do have a long-standing history. And as it goes, history basically tells us how to improve the present, but it also shows us how to, let's say, create the future. Now, how can we better start off this Congress about creating the future and Europe as a global superpower than by listening to our liberal youth? You will see it in the video right now.
Europe has the talent and the resources, but we need to unleash them. We need more free trade agreements, we need more innovation, and we need a true single market where ideas can scale across borders. If we dare to innovate, Europe will lead.
If we cannot defend our people, what's the point of the Union? So Europe must become a defense superpower, not to wage wars, but to prevent them. Protecting our democracy is our ultimate power. Power ignored today is freedom lost tomorrow.
This summer was Europe's summer of humiliation. Around us, authoritarian forces are rising. It's time to decide where we stand for, because we are freedom fighters. We lead with values, not aggression. No more hesitation, no more yes but, no but. Europe must lead those who want to be free.
You've just heard the voices of a new generation. Clear, bold, determined. Now it's time to turn that energy into action. Over the next 2 days, let's shape ideas, act with ambition, and deliver results for a stronger Europe. A Europe that leads as a global superpower. Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear delegates, thank you for this very warm welcome. And welcome to Brussels, welcome home, if I may say so, because wherever liberals come together, Europe feels a little bit more alive. And what a place to meet this weekend. Brussels, the very heart of Europe, a vibrant city of diversity and ideas. And thank you very much, as Rick said, to MR and OpenVLD for hosting us. Because we meet at a moment that will define our generation. Across the world, the winds of power are shifting. Authoritarian regimes are rising. Global rules are actively being broken. The ideals that build our Europe, peace, democracy, freedom, can no longer be taken for granted. Europe stands at a crossroad. We either step up to become a true global superpower, or we step aside and fade into irrelevance. Let's be honest. For far too long, Europe has been naive. We outsourced our energy, offshored our industries, and underinvested in our defense. We thought peace was permanent, that progress was automatic, that freedom was guaranteed. And then came the wake-up calls, one after another. Russia's war in Ukraine, energy blackmail, global trade tensions. And each one of them exposed the same truth. A divided Europe is a weak Europe. And no one, really no one, will protect our freedom for us. This responsibility is only with us. But dear colleagues, I believe, and I know you believe, that another Europe is possible. A confident Europe, a united Europe, a liberal Europe that shapes its own destiny with courage, clarity, and conviction. And that is why we are here, to put it bluntly. That is why the 45th ALDE Congress carries a strong and clear message. It's time to make Europe a global superpower, not through spreading fear like others do, or not through aggressive domination, but by showing that power and freedom go hand in hand, that strength and democracy can reinforce another, and that Europe can lead the free world by the power of its example. But, dear colleagues, well, don't be hesitant, go all in, we can't be emotional. Because we need to become an economic power. To lead globally, we must lead economically first. Because let's be honest with each other, made in Europe needs to again mean excellence, not excess paperwork. It's time to cut red tape, complete the single market, and give our entrepreneurs some breathing space, some space to breathe, to build, and to believe again. And I say it very clearly, Europe must reindustrialize with purpose. Not to look backwards to good old times, but to lead forward. We must invest in clean energy, in AI and technology, in our people. Because we want to make Europe the world's hotspot for innovation and talent. I want to make Europe the place where the brightest minds want to come to work and not to vacation. A Europe that creates prosperity at home will be a Europe that shapes the world. But dear friends, economic strength alone is important, but it's not enough. War is back on our continent. Ukraine is fighting so bravely for so long, for all of us, for all our freedoms. And every European country must do more for Ukraine to finally be able to win over the Russian aggressor. Europe must be able to defend itself with unity, with speed, and with strength. And yes, of course, NATO remains our cornerstone, but Europeans need to finally be able to carry their own weight with the real European security strategy, with investment in defense, in cyber capabilities, and in resilience. We need to integrate our defense industries, create a true European defense market, and build the innovations that keep us safe. Because one thing is clear, today's front lines are not just at the borders or in the sky. They're in our data, our grids, our infrastructure. Cybersecurity is the new frontier of sovereignty. A Europe that can defend itself is not a Europe preparing for war. It's a Europe strong enough to guarantee peace. And that is why, dear colleagues, Europe also needs to become a diplomatic superpower. One that speaks with one voice and acts when it matters the most. Because in a world full of power blocks, Europe can no longer afford to be paralyzed. The era of endless vetoes must end. EU institutional reform is not optional, it's existential. Because, dear friends, Europe must act faster, think bigger, and speak bolder. We should lead in climate diplomacy, in digital rights, in trade. We should deepen partnerships with India, with Mercosur, with Australia, and so many others. Building strategic, value-based alliances makes us stronger and freer. And let us not forget, Europe doesn't lead by domination. We need to lead by inspiration. We must show that democracy, openness, and human rights are not weaknesses. They are the true source of our strength. My friends, liberals build the foundation of the European project. And I believe now it's our task to renew it. Because the liberal promise, peace, prosperity, freedom, is not a relic of the past, even if others want to make you believe this. They are the mission of our future. And I'm going to say it very bluntly. Without power, our values will not survive. We need power. We must be autonomous in energy, in technology, in defense, independent from Moscow for energy, independent from Beijing from technology, and independent from Washington for security. Because, dear colleagues, this is not isolation, don't get me wrong. It is responsibility. Because Europe must act when others hesitate. We need to protect when freedom is threatened, and we need to lead when leadership is needed the most. Because every European can see and feel that we are in a moment of crisis. But I think it is us liberals that need to prove to the citizens of Europe that this is also a moment of opportunity. If we liberals have the courage to act, the determination to unite, and the liberal spirit to lead, then Europe can once again become a beacon of hope for the whole world. Because a Europe that is strong enough to defend its freedom, a Europe bold enough to shape its future, and liberals strong enough to inspire others. So, dear colleagues, this ALDE Congress is more than just our yearly meeting. It is a platform for you to exchange ideas, to inspire each other, to share experiences, good or bad, to debate, to learn from each other, or to connect with new faces or old friends. Every discussion, whether if it's a panel, a debate, a policy discussion on resolutions, or the breakout sessions, every encounter like this will help to shape our vision for a stronger, bolder, and more liberal Europe. And I truly hope that you're going to be as thrilled as I am about a new Congress format. My friends, this is our time. This is our mission. Let us make Europe a global superpower, a liberal superpower. And I'm so proud that I'm able to share an example of liberal leadership with you. Because change happens when someone leads with courage. Liberals are doing that, with our prime ministers leading their countries, with our commissioners, Kaja Kallas, Haja Labib shaping Europe's foreign policy, with Michael McGrath defending the rule of law, or with Marta Kos delivering for a stronger Europe. With President Zelensky, for example, fighting for all our freedom, or Mark Rutte defending all of us with NATO. Wherever you look, it is liberals leading the way for a better tomorrow. It is liberals defending our values and democracy, and it was one of ours that was just awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize for her courageous work defending democracy. I'm so delighted to share with you a video message from a very inspiring leader that risked everything for democracy in her country, Venezuela. She reminds us that standing for our values can inspire the world. So, dear colleagues, let's hear from Maria Corina Machado, the winner of this year's Nobel Peace Prize.
Dear friends of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe party gathered in Brussels, I send you my warm greetings from Venezuela on the occasion of your Congress, particularly at this decisive moment when our country stands at a historic crossroads. After more than 26 years of struggle against repression, we are finally advancing into an unprecedented phase that brings us very close to freedom. The criminal narco-terrorist regime in Venezuela, now sustained only by fear and terror, has reached a critical point of weakness and internal fracture. It is increasingly cornered and cut off from its sources of financing, especially the illicit ones that enable it to repress and cling to power. The world has finally understood that we are confronting a criminal model that has nothing to do with politics or ideology. It must therefore be dismantled so that transition to democracy, as mandated by the Venezuelan people on July 28, 2024, can be fulfilled. The regime knows it's at its weakest, which is why it has unleashed a brutal wave of repression, committing crimes against humanity and engaging in state terrorism. This only deepens its criminal nature and brings it closer to the international justice we continue to pursue. Despite the cruelty of its actions, the regime believed that repression would break the resolve of a society determined to be free. But they were wrong. Venezuelans remain firm, organizing and preparing for the great day of freedom that is approaching. The intelligent and unconventional popular organization that strengthens us must be matched by coordination with the international community. Your actions must increase pressure on the regime, demand accountability, and ensure that perpetrators are punished. In this regard, we need Europe. It is essential that the work we have been building with Latin Americans and key allies like the United States resonates across the European continent. There is much that can be done and much pressure that can be exerted, especially to prevent the regime from blackmailing Europe through hostage diplomacy, holding foreign nationals as a bargaining chip, and forcing countries into unacceptable silence. This is not acceptable, both for those foreign nationals and for the more than 800 political prisoners who still remain in Venezuela, whose full release remains our primary demand. Ultimately, dear friends, we need all of you. Not only those who defend freedom, but also those who understand the threats that freedom faces globally, and particularly in our hemisphere. This is a struggle for good, broad in ideology, firm in democratic ambition, and deeply aware of the challenge ahead. We Venezuelans have learned that peace is only possible through freedom, and freedom is only possible through strength, especially when confronting criminal regimes. We know that we count on you on this endeavor. just as you can count on us. Venezuela will be free. Thank you very much.
What a goosebump messages. This is a stark reminder of how important it is to preserve the freedom and the democracy while we have it, and that we must stand up everywhere we see our European values, our liberal values are under threat. And that is why we are ready to fight back. That is why our Congress is off the motto, making Europe a global superpower. And dear friends, it is my great honor to officially open the 45th Congress of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe and welcome the leaders of our host parties on stage, Jean-Louis Boucher, the president of MR, and Frédéric de Hucht, president of Open VLD. So we're coming for the pictures first. Our photographers are coming. Yeah, perfect.
Dear liberals, dear Democrats, dear Europeans, I'm very happy to welcome all of you here in my country to our common capital of our beloved Europe. Beloved Europe, I mean it. But imagine for a moment that we were a global superpower. We will be intelligent to face the multiplication of provocations, drones, shadow fleets, sabotage, cyber attacks, fake news campaigns, nuclear threats, tariffs, and I could go on. We would be efficient to retort to those openly declaring that they want to destroy our model of society and then, on some days, destroy us completely. We will be brave to secure our borders and to fight hate mongers, extreme right, extreme left, Islamic extremism, which feed anti-Semitism and calls to warfare and online radicalization. But are we smart enough? Normally, yes. Just take a look all around this room. I think you are smart enough. Are we efficient enough? Not quite sure about that. Are we brave enough? Definitely not. Our enemies are testing our limits. We talk. They find our weakness. We debate. They test and provocate. We hesitate. We keep on debating values, definitions, sensitivities. Endlessly, we keep passing resolution after resolution without concrete application. And while we are busy writing all these important texts, knowing that the European legislative process takes 19 months. 19 months for a legislation. The world just moves on without us. something even against us. You all know the expression, when you are not at the table, you are on the menu. Nobody is listening to us anymore. We are not even in the conversation, but still we are lecturing the rest of the world. No tyranny has trembled. No war has come close to an end. To the north and the east, our friends on the front line warn us. Ukrainian soldiers are fighting and young people are falling for our freedom, for the freedom of the European Union. Dear liberals, danger doesn't systematically come from elsewhere. The danger in our countries is a populist danger. Not so long ago, our population hesitated between moderates on both left and right. Today, manipulated by algorithmism, they succumb to Trumpism against wokeism, to the far right against the Muslim Brotherhood, to communism against the return of fascism. The danger in our countries is a violent and radical activist danger. Our democratic system is and remains, I truly believe, the best and the only reasonable system that works. But our democratic system backtracks too often in front of the excess of violence and radical activists, owner of the truth, eternally unsatisfied, frustrated. For these, the smallest grievance becomes a crusade, the smallest injustice, a tragedy. Drama queens are everywhere. They're Europeans, abandoning ambition, we're adopting regulation. In 1970, EU is Airbus. In 1980, EU is Ariane. In 1987, EU is Erasmus. In 2020, EU is a bottle cap. ETS2, for example, a new taxation that confuses ecology with punishment. More expensive, more complex, but less competitive, less united, and surely less free. Some call that a transition. Today, within the international context, I call that suicide. An energetic industrial and even European suicide for the middle class. And never forget, my friends, never forget, middle class is the blood of our democracies. And middle class is under pressure. Too much taxes, too much regulation, too much fears. For examples, thanks to EU Commission official documents, we've already know that Europe will be losing nearly 2 million workers each year by 2040. 2 million each year. Another example, we gifted the keys of our automobile industry to China by signing the end of combustion engines too early. Automobile industry represents 13 million jobs, 7% of Europe's GDP. And still, 88,000 jobs gone in 2024 only. 28,000. In the same time, China electric cars represent 70% of the world market of electric cars. That's not a statistic. That's the reality. That's not even a warning. We might have lost this battle, but the war is not over yet. Because of your lack of competitiveness, according to the World Bank, industry's share of total EU GDP has fallen from 29% in 1991 to just 23% in 2022. These numbers are not hidden. They are written every EU report. But somehow, no one talks about them. Right now, only 4 of the world's top 50 tech companies are European. I'm very sorry for all these numbers, but it's just the reality of European Union today. I'm sorry for the atmosphere, but the reality is this one. Europe now has stagnated. And when Europe stagnates, Europe becomes weaker. 30 years ago, GDP of EU and US were equals. Today, the American GDP almost double the European GDP. But at the end of the century, we might stand dignified, but empty-handed. We would then become the new Louvre. I'm very sorry, Valérie, but I like France so much, and I'm very pity for the situation in this splendid museum, and vive la France. With liberals, with all of us in this room, this cannot, this will not happen. Dear friends, let's no longer be scared. Let's privilege risk and audacity, strength and strategy. How do we make Europe a global superpower? We have all the answers. The Draghi report lists them one by one in black and white, methodology, metrics, solutions. In the past year, only 10% of those recommendations have been applied. 10%. More than ever, Belgium might be right. L'union fait la force. Strength in unity. Let us be a Europe strong in NATO and strong by itself, able to determine aggression and never again being caught unprepared in crisis. Let us eliminate the fragmentation of industry and defense. Let us develop an industry capable of mass producing drones and ammunition. Let us support the strategic investments in semiconductors and rare earth exploitation. Let us accelerate the development of AI and its integration into all our strategic sectors: automotive, robotics, energy, telecommunication, agriculture, aerospace, defense, industry, and the most important, the biggest capital in Europe, education. Let us reduce our dependency and break the taboo of nuclear. Sorry, Xavier. I know your position about nuclear, but we can talk just after. Xavier is my friend. It's the reason why I say that. Let us accelerate. Dear members, Now is the time for a bold, confident liberal agenda for Europe. If Europe wants to become a new superpower, it has to stop being a super conference. The world is moving forward, fast. It's time for acts, strong acts. Facing these challenges, Europe needs leadership, real leadership. And leadership doesn't come from bureaucracy. It comes from the ballot box. A direct election for the EU presidency is not an illusion. It's an obligation for the European Union. An obligation for our growth, development, autonomy. That's the only way to have real influence and share our values all around the world. Power is what underpins principle on the world stage. By becoming an economic powerhouse and a security provider, Europe can engage the world on our terms. Europe must become independent from Russia, Middle East from energy, China for industry, and United States for defense. Inject intelligence, strength, efficiency into this Congress. Join the Brussels Declaration, because Europe needs us. Europe needs liberals more than ever. Let's be brave. Let's be proud to be liberal. Welcome to your capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Louis. Amazing. I'm not certain if my microphone is on. Yeah, it is on. Thank you so much, Jean-Louis. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from Frédéric de Gucht, the president of our member party, Open VLD.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm new in politics. It's my 5th day as a president. And I'm still a bit naive. I come on time and I follow the briefings. So they told me a 3-minute speech. The previous speaker had the same briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear liberal friends, it's an absolute honor to open this Congress among friends who believe in freedom, responsibility, and the power of ideas. We meet at a time when Europe stands at the crossroads. Around us, the world is moving fast. Faster than our institutions, and something even faster than our imagination. But speed alone is not the issue. The real challenge is mindset. For too long, Europe has doubted itself. We have built rules where we should have built opportunities. We have regulated ambition instead of rewarding it. And while others act with boldness, we hesitate. That hesitation must end now. What Europe needs today is audacity, the courage to think big again, to take risks again, to lead again. Because let us be clear, the foundation of our European success has never been democracy. It has been entrepreneurship. It has been the small innovators, the family businesses, the startups that dare to dream beyond borders. They built the single market from the ground up. They made Europe not only a project, but a promise of freedom, prosperity, and possibility. Our task as liberals is to defend that promise, to ensure that every entrepreneur, every innovator, every worker who takes risks can thrive, not despite Europe, but because of it. That means a Europe that believes in the power of free market, in open trade, in fair competition. A Europe that doesn't apologize for success, but celebrates it. A Europe that doesn't fear global competition, but meets it, boldly and confident. Dear liberal friends, we cannot control what happens in Washington, but we can control how we respond. Europe's biggest obstacle is not American tariffs, but the walls we build ourselves. The real threat to Europe is not external, it's self-inflicted barriers we refuse to remove. But let us also remember, Europe's strength does not only come from its markets, it comes from its democracy. A Europe that protects freedom must also empower its citizens to shape it. No European project will endure if Europeans cannot choose their leaders if they do not feel ownership of their future. That is why we, as liberals, must be the movement that fights for a more democratic Europe. A Europe where citizens vote directly for their European leadership. And if we want to move faster, if we want to move forward on defense because freedom must be protected. Forward on energy because independence is power. And forward on innovation because progress is our promise. The strengthening of our democratic foundations are not just an institutional reform, it's the heart of our identity. That's exactly what our opponents fear most. A Europe that is united, a Europe that is confident, and a Europe that is led by its citizens. Dear friends, the liberal story has always been one of progress, of people who refused to settle for less, who believed that freedom works when we dare to use it. So as we open this Congress, let's make this our message to Europe and to the world. The future of Europe will not belong to the fearful, but to the bold. Welcome to Brussels. Welcome to ALDE Congress. Welcome to the movement of European audacity. Thank you.
Jean-Louis, and it is my great pleasure now to invite another person up to the stage to take first a picture with us, but then also to share her thoughts with us. It is a great honor to have here the president of the Renew Europe Group, Valérie Hayé, the family of the ALDE Party in the European Parliament. Valérie, please join us.
Can you hear me well? Yes, I think so. Thank you first, dear Svenja, cher Georges-Louis, liebe Frédéric, thank you for inviting me today. I'm very happy to be with you. The last time you organized your Congress, it was in Estoril, in Portugal. The weather was slightly different, if I recall. So it was last year. What a year. A year ago, Kamala Harris was just starting her campaign, while the Canadian Liberals were meant to lose the upcoming elections. And here we are today, in a trade dispute with Donald Trump, while Mark Carney is driving Canada ever closer to us. A year ago, October 24 was the month when Russia seized the most Ukrainian land since the start of the war. Their minister, Ukrainian minister. And here we are today, with you fighting still so courageously in the front. You fighting for peace, and here with the coalition of the willings that wants to shape peace with Ukraine and for Ukraine. You know you can count on our unwavering support. A year ago, nobody had seriously read yet the 300 pages of the Draghi report, apart from Joao and Morten, of course. I know Joao is campaigning, and I saw Morten, of course, knowing this very well Draghi report. And here we are here today. Only 10% implemented, yes, Jean-Louis. But now, look at the Commission working program for next year. This is full Draghi report. Yes, dear friends, the passing year was bittersweet for a lot of us. We were betrayed by old friends. We were vulnerable because of dependencies. We were shaken by interference in our elections. Yet, it takes more to defeat liberals. In an ever more hostile world, there is something that unites all liberals together. The belief that there is nothing that we cannot challenge and that with every struggle comes an opportunity. Climate change is an incentive for innovation, for rethinking our industry, for regaining our competitiveness, for a made in Europe that brings jobs and prosperity in our union. And let me be clear. Competitiveness and decarbonization are going hand in hand. Decarbonization is key for our industry. Decarbonization is key to drive investment. Decarbonization is key for our strategic autonomy. So this is not the moment to slow down. War at our border is the wake-up call that we must be responsible for our own defense, that we must support a European defense industry, and that we must invest in cybersecurity. I could list many more challenges ahead of us. For instance, are we prepared for the AI revolution? Are we prepared for a post-truth world? Are we prepared for a next pandemic? I'm not sure yet. Of course, that's the reason why you are working during this weekend, and that's the reason why, of course, we have to be faster, we have to be bolder, we have to think out of the box. And this is the DNA of the liberals. We have, colleagues, a great responsibility. Our parties are elected at every level of decision-making, from mayors to heads of state. So a congress like the one you are organizing, holding today and tomorrow, dear Svenja, is essential. Essential to think together and to learn from one another. Because to each problem, there is a solution. That is the sense of your meeting this weekend, to dare thinking against pessimism and to dare looking for action. So I wish you a very fruitful Congress, and I'm looking to hearing about your exchange and conclusion. Thank you again, and enjoy this weekend in Brussels with our colleagues from MR and Open VLD.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Valérie.
My pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. We have now a greeting, a video greeting coming from the Prime Minister of Ireland. He really would have wanted to be with us today, but there are presidential elections in Ireland today, so the Taoiseach, Michal Martin, is sending us a video message now. After that, there will be a quick refix of the setup, and we will continue with the opening session. Thank you so much.
Dear Svenja and friends, Michal Martin here from Ireland. My apologies for not being in a position to attend the ALDE Congress today. We have presidential elections in Ireland, and I simply have to be back to vote. Europe has been very important to the Fianna Fáil party. We brought Ireland into the European Union back in 1973, and of course in the months and years ahead, Europe will be even more important to us all. And we are very active members of ALDE. We want to work with all of you to chart the right way forward for Europe into the future. And we are particularly looking forward to Ireland hosting the EU presidency in the latter half of next year in 2026. So looking forward to cooperating with all of you in that endeavour. Have a great Congress.
much for your patience while we were rearranging our very VIP welcoming panel. We have outstanding personalities with us today. I'm going to welcome them all, and after I'm done, please all walk up the stage. We have Ionut Moșteanu, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense from Romania. Ionut, please come on the stage with us. Oh, that is very convenient. Hi. We have with us Taras Kachka, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Welcome on stage. We have with us Xavier Bettel, you all know him. He's the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, Cooperation, Trade, and the Greater Region from DP Luxembourg. We have with us Mata Kos from Gibanje Svoboda, Slovenia, our European Commissioner for Enlargement. And we have with us the Ministers for Europe, Marie Bjerre, Minister for European Affairs from Venstre, Denmark. And we have also Thomas Byrne, the Minister of State for European Affairs and Defence from Ireland, Fianna Fáil. I know. I'll have you first now. So thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. We really want to talk a little bit about how we can, well, maybe also we're going to talk about Xavier's socks, because what is that? Is that pierogi, pelmeni? Pierogi. Well, you definitely have noodles on your socks. So that's really cool. But I think we need more than cool socks to make Europe a global superpower. We want to talk a little bit about what is needed to do that, what we need to do to become an economic superpower, a defense superpower, and a diplomatic superpower. Because power is the only guarantee for sovereignty, and this power needs to be democratic, accountable, and open. So we're using this opening session to turn into some of the leading figures of our political family and of Europe today, to talk with them how we can the European continent into a superpower. So we're going to have one question to all of you, and if the Deputy Prime Ministers allow me, I would actually like to start with Thomas first, because he has to catch a plane to go vote in Ireland and the presidential elections today. So defending democracy vote by vote. I would love to hear from all of you. What are the challenges and the strategic priorities to turn the EU into a global superpower? Thomas.
Thanks very much. Michal asked me to go home to vote and to be here as well, so apologies to the Deputy Prime Ministers and the Commissioners that are going before you, but I started this week in Xavier's hometown in Luxembourg, and I've been here since, so it's very, very important. It was my daughter's first vote today. Look, I have to say I was really struck by our Nobel Peace Prize winner. I didn't realise she was part of our Liberal family. We have a main opposition party in Ireland, Sinn Féin, who have openly supported the Maduro regime on a number of occasions and visited and given them succour and support during elections. And I think that we have to remember that we have all these challenges at home to preserve our democracy, to work together in a unified way in Europe. Yes, there are problems, but there are huge opportunities. And I think we must stand united as Liberals. We must find every opportunity, including ourselves at General Affairs Councils, Foreign Affairs Councils, to meet together, to stake out our positions. We've Taras here, who's, his people are doing so much, really on behalf of all of us. And I think that we owe them to make sure that we have a Europe opened up to Ukraine, and the work that Martha is doing is really, really important. I think it's important that Denmark, the presidency, I'm looking forward to our presidency next year, where we can have a real influence on those basic fundamentals, democracy, because if we have democracy and the rule of law right, our economy flows from that. Our economy does well, and the Irish experience is so indicative of that. We stuck to the rule of law through, our independence, our civil war. After that, the country really found itself stick to the rules, and our economy grows, and our people are happy. So I think we should do that with Europe. But I agree with the leaders of the Belgian parties as well. There are too many rules, and we need to remove some of them. And I look forward to working with Mary and our MEPs as well to make sure that we can reduce some of that red tape that we have imposed upon ourselves. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for that. And we all do have big hopes for the Irish presidency in the next year. We all have big hopes for the Irish presidency next year.
Unfortunately, we don't, because
oh no, why not?
Our candidate had to drop out. So yeah, it's a
I meant the EU president.
The presidency.
Next year.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, that was a very easy thing to mix up.
Yeah,
that
the
was
presidential
my
election
issue.
has been a difficult one for Fianna Fáil.
I did want to,
but our presidency next year, we are really looking forward and preparing really hard and learning very much from Mary as to what the Danes are doing a tremendous job. Any minister or MP who's been to Denmark, the welcome has just been extraordinary. The culinary standards, the conversation, the debate, and indeed the progress you're making on such big files. The MFF is under the Danish presidency now and will be under our presidency next year. I think that will be a big achievement for us to bring all of the member states together, and I think we need to keep close to each other to drive that forward.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and good luck with the election still today. Cast your vote and have a safe travel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas.
Thank you.
All the best. Take care.
Ciao, amigo.
See ya.
Yunuts, you took over in Romania, and Romania is not in an easy times. Didn't had easy last few years, and it was Romania.
Few hundred years.
And Romania was really in some struggles, and you really are the party for fighting for a stronger Europe, a better Romania. So what do you think? What are the strategic priorities to make Europe a global superpower?
I think we have some of the attributes it needs to be a global superpower. We have the capital, we have the education. We are a little bit behind in innovation, as Mr. Boucher said before. And we have also bureaucracy. And that's, I think, is the main threat for Europe right now. And this is one of the key priorities, in my opinion, for us all. We are tackling that in our country, at least, for the last months, and we're fighting with that, and we try to change the legal framework so we are adapting easily, we are moving easily, because the threats are there, we can unfortunately see the war from the balcony. And every now and then, every week, or the other, we can see the drones falling in Ukraine just on the other side, on the Danube. And this is a reality. And Europe had the wake-up call 3.5 years ago when the war started in Ukraine. And unfortunately, we didn't move too quick since then. So we are moving very slowly. And that, if will be one message, as Kaja Kallas said in the morning, we have to pull in the same direction. We are not pulling in the same direction. We have a good life in Europe. And Europe is the best place to live in this moment on Earth and will be the best place to live for the future. But that made us lazy, a little bit lazy. We don't have the hungry and to work more, to work faster, to take decisions, to risk more. We have vacations, and again, good life. And we have to look at that and to move faster, to have fun. I think this is mine. I'm doing this. I'm okay now?
No.
Not anymore. Russian sabotage, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, speaking about Russian sabotage, another thing we have to look at it is that we learn how to fight a hybrid war. We'll have elections in Europe every year. We'll have elections in 3 years from now in Romania. Every country has elections now and then. And Russians got very good at hybrid war, and we've seen it all around. We've seen it in Romania, in Moldavia, and in other countries. And if we lose the democracy and the liberal democracy in Europe, then we'll be too much talk for nothing. So this is one thing we have to learn from each other and to adapt quickly for the coming elections in every country. And to finish with something, so speed. We need speed. We need same direction, pulling in the same direction. We need not to overpromise and underdeliver, because this is another problem. And the liberal politicians are losing ground every day whenever they overpromise something and underdeliver in their countries. And then we have the populists speaking about transaction, not about values, about what's in the pocket and what's in it for tomorrow for the people in their country. And we speak about values, okay? But unfortunately, values are taken for granted all over Europe. Yeah, our liberal values, and we have to move faster and to speak about transaction, about the clear benefits, and to show it happening, because this is lacking at this point. And one more thing to finish, we have the war to our border, and the brave Ukrainians fight this war for our values and for the whole Europe. And our key priority right now for each of us is to support them to win this war, to push Putin back, and then to offer them security guarantees that nobody will have the courage to step on it. So this is our main priority, and then Ukraine will defend Europe, because right now they have the biggest army with the biggest battlefield experience, with the biggest or the fastest innovating defense industry, and they are with us, they are part of Europe, they have to be in EU, together with Moldova, and they will be our main defense partner for the years to come. But for that, we need to help them now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jonas, for that. Well, that is perfect to head over to Taras Katra, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine. You're defending all our freedom right now. What do we need to do to not only support you more, but to support the whole of Europe better, so that we're not going to be pushed over by autocratic regimes?
Thank you, and thank you for your words that you actually confirmed that what I intended to say partially, and it means that we have a very common understanding of the challenges. I think that now, so that Ukraine is really appreciate all the support that we got from people, from governments, from the EU in general. But first days of this massive war, this help was emergency help, how to survive. Now, after 3.5 years of this war, and now all the attempts to end it with peace shows that this is a strategic war, something that the danger and threat from Russia will last for decades before some changes in Russia, and we need to defend ourselves in common, but it requires strategic decisions as well. So that's one of the examples is that, as Frederick or George said, that about the different vocabularies or different dimensions of liberalism. One of the dimensions of liberal movement in Europe was demolition of medieval walls here in Brussels or in Paris or in Vienna, and it was a really big push for upgrade of society with getting rid of something that is obsolete. And this is unfortunately what Russian aggression against Ukraine brought to us, to our knowledge, that a lot of things that we did in defense are obsolete now, so that we have drones, we have new types of warfare, new types of aggression, and so on. And this is the area where liberal movement is very strong on how to get rid of something obsolete and how to highlight what is really necessary to achieve the result. So that's why we really believe that they bring in more solidarity in defense industry, in defining more solidarity in production of new equipment, in uniting ourselves in defending, and indeed Ukrainian army will be a key tool for defending not only Ukraine but Europe as well for many years to come. As I said, Russia will not stop to be a threat even if it will reach any types of ceasefire. But it's not only defense, it's everywhere. So that, in order to create a drone in Ukraine, you cannot do it without Chinese detail and spare parts, so that at least the video camera is from China. We need to bring this production here to Europe and to broader Europe, because some of the member states are really rich enough to have a privilege to produce these things. But Ukraine has a real knowledge, necessity, and to be this factory of Europe. So that's why we really want to be a supporter in industrial autonomy of Europe and becoming a member of the European Union, even in the very sensitive areas like agriculture, so that this is very counterintuitive statement that Ukraine will help Europe to become a very top #1 global leader in agriculture and food systems. But this is the reality. This is not yet seen, but I think that the more openness within the EU and more creative and sophisticated solution on agriculture will help all of us to overcome the challenges we have, the generational changes, the climate goals and aspirations. So Ukraine as well here a solution. So that's why I think that this is really something incredible that we have the challenges that push us to more progress, more advancement, like Russian aggression. So we have unity that can help Europe to be more competitive, and it means enlargement for us. And indeed, the ALDE is a perfect political party to bring this agenda in and fit it to the demands of European society. So thank you for all support and bon courage for all of us.
Thank you so much for these inspirational words, and thank you so much for all what you're doing. Well, next we would love to hear from one of our repetitive guests, Xavier. You're stable at every ALDE Congress in the different roles you had. Your microphone is still functioning. We have one here. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Xavier, what are your thoughts right now, particularly in the role as Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs? You're traveling a lot.
Yes.
What do you hear about Europe? What can we do to step it up?
So the first thing is I need to answer to Georges-Louis Boucher shortly. Just to tell him that I'm not against nuclear just because of nuclear, but it's just the fact that for the moment when we say that nuclear is the solution, we need 10 years between the idea to build the central and to open a central. The second thing is Fukushima, Chernobyl, Zaporizhzhia. When I just pick these three names, we have and we are more scared now, it's what's happening in Zaporizhzhia because of the central than in other parts. and then the waste, we still don't know what we do. So if we have one small centrals that we can build fast, that they are sure so that there is not a big disaster, ecological disaster when they have troubles, and we know to do what to waste, I will be ready to be around the table and to discuss. But as long as we don't have these three conditions, I'm not in favor. Point. That's my position. Then, about Europe. A few things. The first thing is I don't want to be unpolite, but I don't have elections today of a president. My Grand Duke is in Brussels today, but I have a meeting with my husband and my new dog in Paris, and so I have a train in 40 minutes, so I have to go to the train station. I'm very honest with you. I could find I have a very important meeting, but...
I really hope you bring the dog here.
So, the thing is, so two things. The first thing is about traveling. Yes, I'm traveling all the time, and I said to my husband, if he missed me, he should tell me something, but not yet. He didn't say anything. The fact is, Europe is, in fact, to say superpower, I would be happy if we would have power.
Well, we need to become a superpower with that.
Because I don't want to be negative for the moment, but when I see what's happening in Palestine and Israel, when I see what's happening in Ukraine, where is Europe? Where is Europe? But for the moment, who... And for the moment, when we see the negotiations, when there was President Zelensky at the Oval Office, we saw the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, when the competences of defense is the competence of the Council, so it should have been Antonio Costa, and we have a commissioner for in charge of the security, which is Kaja Kallas. So for me, the problem is, who is Europe? Who is Europe? And so if we want to have a super Europe, at least a powerful Europe, it would be important to have maybe also some reforms. And I think we did a big mistake when the Brits left the European Union, that we had not the opportunity to take 27 seats, to decide that 27 seats would be transnational list of the political parties with one Spitzenkandidat of 27 different countries, and so we would have the possibility to vote, and the guy or the lady who would have the most votes would be the one who would be the lead, to be the one to try to form a majority in the parliament, to be the president of the commission. That would be one reform. And the second reform would be also we should also have the possibility every 5 years to have one candidate in the 27 countries, one candidate who would be also the president of the council. So we don't need to be federal state, we don't need to be big changes, but this would be just a representative of the European Union. Because now, if you want to negotiate with Europe, with whom are you negotiating? I'm sorry to be in that position and to say that, but for the moment, we see it also in foreign policies. We are even not able to condemn violent settlers in Israel, with Israel in Palestine. We are not able to do that.
Cluster one.
When in Kiev, offices of the European Union are bombarded by Russians, we are not able to condemn that because we have unanimity. So I think we need to have big reforms. We should know that we have rules that when everything is going well, but we see that even before giving lessons to all the rest of the world, we have for the moment in Hungary, we have in Slovakia, and I don't know what will be tomorrow in Czech Republic, where even the backbones of the European Union, which are the values, are on risk, where judges cannot work freely, where lawyers cannot work freely, where journalists cannot work freely. So we should remain that Europe is not just take, it's also give, and values, for them we have to fight. This is the peace project we have since '57, and if we are not able to take it seriously, that we need to be able to say to someone, leave if you don't want to respect the rules, then I think that Europe will never be superpower. Or we have the courage, and we are able to say, let's do it, or we will be weaker. We will be weak.
Thank you so much, Xavier. You're right, we absolutely need to get our act together. Thank you so much. My apologies that we're running behind the schedule a bit. Go, feel free, catch
Greetings
the train.
from my dog also.
Yeah, please bring him the next time. Martha, you are a convicted liberal. You're so value-based. I'm always so impressed by your speeches, by the power you spread. But you're not having an easy job. Commissioner for Enlargement in times where people say, oh, we need reform because before we can do enlargement, but then it's the same people that block reforms. Marta, share a bit your
Thank you
thoughts on
that you like me, because Mr. Vučić, the president of Serbia, told me that I am not welcome anymore. The prime minister of Georgia is not happy with my work, so I'm really proud.
Medal of honor.
But we are. We are really happy.
And thank you, dear Taras. You know, I have the feeling I see you much more than my husband, who is in Switzerland. But this is a good sign, because we really work well together. And, you know, until today, it wasn't clear to me that I'm already doing what is in the title of your Congress, making Europe a global superpower. Namely, I see enlargement, my portfolio, much more than enlargement. It is a unification project. It is a project of unification Europe. If we bring Western Balkans 6, Ukraine, Moldova, in the EU, for the first time, never ever before, we have had united Europe. And this could be a superpower, but it's not possible without Ukraine. And, you know, I remember when the war started, some people were saying that that Ukraine will fall in 1 week. No. Ukrainians are fighting day after day to keep Russia out of Europe. We will, and, you know, thank you is really not enough. And really, I don't know if this will be possible during my mandate, which ends on December the 1st, 29. I still have 4 years and 1 month's time. But I would love, you know, to bring you in during my time. When I see, and challenges is, Anya, connected to what you said, we are so strict to our candidates. Rule of law, democracy, judiciary reforms. We are more strict to our candidates, what they have to do, than to our member states. And this is not okay. And when I say, for instance, we all say, and I'm being pushed, it should be merit-based principle. Yes, but because it is merit-based principle, we should have open cluster 1 fundamentals with Ukraine and Moldova. Months back, we cannot, because we don't get unanimity. According to the European Treaty, we only need 2 unanimities, giving a status and finishing. But we have been so clever that we have put in between 148 more unanimity decisions, sending the letter to a candidate country, I need unanimity. Or not, we just do it. That's why we have been able to do the screening of all the clusters. So by November, all clusters will be ready. I can accept, you know, that some member states are having concerns, and we have to deal with them. But whatever concerns they have, we can handle this during the accession process. One more thing is, I think that we really should be a model of prosperity, security, and also values. I'm challenged many times now, wouldn't it be better that because of geopolitical reasons, we would bring all the candidates in the European Union tomorrow? No, we cannot do this. We have to be sure that once we accept new members, they will make us stronger, not weaker. We cannot afford to have somebody who will not be able to follow, especially the values. And again, today, I am challenged, speaking about the candidates also. What is more important, economy or values? There is no doubt. But everything goes hand in hand, but without values, what are we? Sometimes I have the feeling that Europe will remain the only island of values in the world if we go on like that. Why I'm telling this? You know, the biggest changes, or what we have to do, didn't appear with the beginning of the war in Ukraine. It appeared when we got the second Trump administration. Now we understand that we somehow should go back to the roots of what de Gaulle said, that we need European sovereignty or independence. And this we'll only have with a strong values-based. And you know, one distinction more, and I was aware of this when we were fighting in Moldova, and thank you, Romania, for helping. This is huge what happened in Moldova. For the 5th consecutive time, the Moldovans have shown that they are pro-Europeans, even if Russia has invested millions and millions. And you know, one of the reasons have been that our European offer has been better. And of course, they knew how to fight the hybrid war. But I got a question from one journalist. Isn't it possible that we go both ways, that we are friends to Russia and we go into the EU? No, it's not possible. Then I ask, you know, what is Russia representing to you? What is Russia given to you? I have asked this to I have met more than 150 mayors, especially in Gagauzia, where they voted mostly pro-Russian, and everybody wanted to have our money, European money. And then I asked one of the mayors, and I had the results. They voted 94.63% last year pro-Russian. I said, okay, you want to have European money, tell me what Russia is giving to you. It was 10-second silence. Then one lady stood up and said, they are buying our votes. So what we can offer, that Europe can become a superpower, is really offer. It cannot be matched everywhere else, because it is about values, it is about prosperity, and it is about security. And I have the best job in the world doing on this project.
Thank you so much, Marta, for your words, but also all the work you're doing. I want to come to you, Marie. Marie Bjerre is the Minister of European Affairs in Denmark. And as you know, Denmark currently has the presidency of the Council. And Marie, you prepared for that task with traveling to all EU countries and the candidate countries ahead. And I can tell you, if you were not at the 10-year anniversary of the Alliance of Her, our female empowerment program yesterday, Marie was just awarded with the award for the Women Political Champion of the Year. Marie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So making Europe stronger is actually what is our priority during the Danish presidency. We want a stronger Europe. We are living in geopolitical changing time. The world order, as we have known since Second World War, is disappearing. We do no longer have a superpower in the US. We more have a number of great powers. We have the US, we have China, maybe Russia. And in that new world order, Europe has to be its own great power, its own superpower. And in order to become there, a lot have been said. I agree with many things, not everything. I believe that democracy and the values are the core of that's the foundation, and it has to be. But it's not enough. If that's the only thing we'll be very attractive for the rest of the world, but we will end up being a museum. If we want to take power, we have to have power economically, politically, and militarily. And it all goes together. We do have economically power. We often say that we are an economic giant, but a political dwarf. But the thing is, if we don't have the other things, we will also lose our economically power. We saw that this summer with the trade agreement with the US. It was unbalanced, but that was the best we could get because we did not have military power. And I think that is something, the military power, that's something we should focus the most on right now, not forgetting the two others. But it is a huge problem for Europe that we are not capable of defending ourselves, that we are not capable of supporting Ukraine enough. We are much greater than Russia. We should be able to protect and defend and support Ukraine much, much more. So building up our military, using more military, cooperate more, having a roadmap, figure out what is it we need in order to be able to defend ourselves. When it comes to the political power, we need to be able to take decisions. Marta, you said it very well. It can't be true that we have to take more than 100 decisions in a negotiation process about enlargement. We need to have more qualified majority. And economically, yes, we are strong, but we can't fall asleep. And that's why we need to make it easier to do business in Europe, and we need to invest more smart. Invest in new technologies, green technologies, digital technologies, because that is what we're going to live up in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Ministers, Minister, Commissioner. It has been a real honor to hear your thoughts on how we could make Europe a global superpower. Dear friends, dear delegates, thank you for taking part in the opening session. My apologies that we have been running behind the schedule. We have the next session starting here 2 minutes ago. One of our great debates. We're having 3 great debates. Helmut is already up. He's all ready to take over. We're having 3 formats of the great debate circling around the 3 topics of our motto. And the first panel today will be about how to become a defense superpower. So see you later and see you at other occasions. Enjoy the Congress. Thank you so much.
got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that.
Dear everyone, please leave the stage so we can reset for the great debate starting very soon. Dear Romanian colleagues, please finish up your picture and leave the stage. Thank you very much. Everyone that wants to listen to the great debate, please take your seat and get ready to enjoy the discussion.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello, hello.
So keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. Go. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's just rushing on.
Dear friends, we are building a superpower now, and who wants to be part of a superpower, please come here, come in immediately. Is it all of you? There have been a few more people. So you're afraid of being a superpower, or what is the answer now? No. So we will start with our discussion, and I ask all the members of the next round. It will be Xavier Bettel is not here, and we know he had to leave. Haja Labib, the commissioner, will be here in 1 second. So wait a minute, okay?
Dominic, do you want us on the panel already, or should we...
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hallo. Hallo. Herzlich willkommen. Nee, das ist alles... Now the Secretary General comes, so we can start.
Speakers are there, so either you wait for Haja that's already in the building and coming, or you already invited two other speakers that are already there in front of you.
No, we wait for it.
Okay, yeah, that's...
Something?
schauen gerade, ob wir noch eine
Wir brauchen noch eine ja, ja, schon klar. Aber ich sage jetzt,
können jetzt alle zwingen,
nein. Aber ich sage nicht, dass es geht raus. Okay. Okay.
Wir hatten das beste Ergebnis bei der Europawahl bei dir. Ja. 10% am Deutschland. So, dear friends, I have to come in again and say, oh, hello, great that you're here, and we can finally discuss about the new superpower, or how we will organize this superpower, make Europe a global superpower. And one of our friends is already on the podium. Welcome, Dominik Fritz. He's the party leader
He's a party leader, but he's also leader of a city and the mayor of Timisoara. Xavier Bettel, he told us he had to leave, but please, Bernard Quentin, the Interior Minister of Belgium, came to us. Welcome. Haja Labib is our liberal European Commissioner. Please sit down wherever you like. Thank you, Commissioner, for joining us. And Romina Pourmokhtari, the Minister for Climate and Environment from Sweden, will get a chair. And she told me already she will send me an airport view. Not a view from the airport, but she will look at me like, I have to leave now. And of course, we will respect that. Thank you very much. Europe Superpower, when I saw it for the first time, it's global superpower. The liberals, they have really great ideas. So let's do it. But how are we going to do it? And we listened to Xavier Bettel, and I wrote it down. He said, if only we were, then we could do something. So, Minister, when I would like to start with you. Why are we not able to be a superpower until now? Unity is probably one of the big things. And if you allow, I have also a little question about Russian frozen assets, because we all followed discussions of the last month, and we also followed the non-decision of the Council last night. If you also could explain it, is it a question of unity? Or why did we not make to be here stronger as far as that's concerned?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me, even if I'm only replacing Xavier, but he's also a very good friend, even older than with Georges Louis, I must say, in another life. And thank you for your question, but I'm afraid that a colleague is going to lose her airplane if I have to answer that question. Why? I think that to make a long story short, I mean, it's not a question of unity, it's a question, I think, of purpose, actually, and also to stick to history. No, I'm an historian of Middle Ages, so a long time ago, but it is important to see where we are coming from and to know where we want to go, actually. And so, if the question is why, I mean, it's not, as I said, it's not a question of unity, it's a question of purpose, a question of organization, it's a question of what do we want to do together and how we are going to reach the goals that we define together. Spoke about the meeting of yesterday. I think it's an interesting topic, maybe not for today, but there it's the good combination of national interest, because we still have kind of national interest. It's not a gross word to speak about national interest, and it's sometimes national threats. The topic of yesterday during the European Council is a question of national threat for us. And it's the ability that we have to combine those interests. It is true also, if we speak about resilience, that's the main topic, that we also have to see what we can do best together, but adapt it to the situation we have. And also, if I may use that word, the soul of our countries. I was speaking with a colleague. I met my very good Swedish colleague, Minister of Justice and Interior, and he explained me the measure that the government had to take and still taking in order to regain the control of some part of the country because of organized crime. And he asked me at a certain point, well, because I think he was seeing my face changing a little bit by the toughness of the measures. And he said, well, Bernard, do you think that you will be able to do that in Belgium in case of? I say, well, Gunnar, with all friendship and even love, no, because we are no Vikings, you know. We won't be able to do that. I won't be able to propose to the people in Belgium to take that kind of measure because it's not the soul. It is not the way we are working. But it's interesting to listen to that. I was also very interested to listen, and certainly speaking of resilience, what's going on in the northern part of the country, because there is a much longer and deeper and strong experience in resilience for also historic reasons. So let's take that, but do not try to make it one size fits all, because it's not going to work. That being said, fortunately we have the Commission, and I'm not saying that only because I'm a Belgian and also because Adja is a Belgian, but we have the Commission that is there, you know, to kind of, how can I say that, to align a little bit what we can do to help us at the national level to make sure that we share the experience of the other ones and that we shape the good policies together.
Thank you. Excuse me, I made a mistake. Here next to me should sit Elena Costaria, and I think it's very important to think about her. She's a former minister, she's a party leader, and she's in prison in Georgia. And I think it's a very important sign. We don't forget our friends in prison. There is a strong group of liberals and also other parties really working also in the European Parliament for Georgia and trying to help the very, very strong democratic opposition there. And we think about her. And being a superpower probably would also mean that it would be easier to help than as we are in Europe right now. Hajjal Habib, thank you. Hajjal Habib, your job in the Commission is for crisis management, also for preparedness. Obviously, that's necessary right now. But crisis management, preparedness, that also means more common feeling, we are a group, we are not parts, different nations, but we are together. Why is it so difficult to have this European sentiment in Europe?
I would like to start on a positive note, please. This summer, we had wildfires nearly everywhere in the south of Europe. Did you know that we had more than 700 firefighters who were prepositioned in 5 critical countries? France, Greece, Portugal, and Spain, of course. With firefighters coming from 14 countries, different countries. I visited many of these countries. I went to Greece, to Spain. I met Czech firefighters, Slovenian firefighters. They don't share the same language, but they were there to help each other. And during the summer, we had to upgrade the number because it was a dramatic summer. 1 million hectares have been burned. But on the other hand, it was also the summer of solidarity. We had Canadaires prepositioned also. All these, rescue capacities was putting in action to protect the people. And so it shows that the Europe is working. I mean, the solidarity is not only written in our treaty, it's also putting in action every summer. But also, more than that, we've launched a preparedness strategy to be sure that we are able to address any kind of hazards, be it natural or a man-made disaster. And look at these last days. We had drones violating our airspace. We had a cyber attack. Look at what happened in Moldova during the elections. 14 million cyber attack interferences from Russia to try to manipulate the citizens. Nevertheless, the citizens voted in favor of Europe. So it means that Europe is still an ideal, represent this union of values and principles where people want to live. We still have 10 countries. You shouldn't forget that we still have 10 countries candidate to our union. So we are more than a market. We are more than a union in solidarity or more than a big conference. And it's only the beginning of the preparedness strategy that we are going to implement little by little. I just went to Luxembourg last weekend, and Monday we had the Foreign Affairs, Internal Affairs and Justice there. And Luxembourg presented its own national plan. It means that we want just to push to encourage each member state to develop its own strategy because there is no one-size-fits-all. In Finland, they talk about a whole hazard, but also a total defense strategy where you see the military and the police mixed together in case of war or emergency. And of course, if you go to Portugal, Spain, Italy, they are only, considering natural hazards, mainly earthquake, floods, wildfires, and so on. And taking into account all these different threats, the Union is there to try to harmonize, to coordinate our action. You know that our center, rescue center, service for action is here in Brussels, not far away from here. And it's here from here that we are coordinating everything. You can imagine that Europeans like an orchestra where every part knows exactly what they have to play to protect their own citizens, but also our European Union as a whole. And the Commission is there like a conductor.
Thank you very much. And I think, if you're allowed, I would make two remarks. First of all, I think you're right. But if you're right, and many people don't know it, then the communication of the Commission could be better. Let's say it like this. And the second, talking about...
You didn't see my 72 hours grab back resilience? No? That reached more than 4 million views. It was contested, criticized, but it reached the goal.
Yeah, but there's so many points where I think, okay, why nobody knows it, but or what's with the Commission's information policy. But it's another thing. But talking about firefighters, I think that's, for me, it's one of the examples, but there are very good examples, like in Austria, Germany, other places, the amateurs, Freiwillige Feuerwehr, you know, amateurs working in their villages, with very well educated. That could be an example for other countries as well. As we can learn a lot from the education system from northern countries. They're much better than ours. That, I think, would be so important for Europe, to learn from other countries. And sometimes I think we're not good enough learning. But let's talk about the environment, Romina. The question, obviously, clean air and electricity we need both. And sometimes they say it's not possible. Obviously it is. What can we do, what do we have to do to be also a superpower in that field?
Well, first of all, I think it's wonderful that we're already talking about the Nordics and taking inspiration, because, well, Sweden is a good example of that actually being possible. Sweden has a close to fossil-free electricity system, and we have had for quite some time. We actually electrified our nation with hydropower, and then in the 70s, when oil became very expensive, we phased it out and built 12 nuclear power plants. And those have been serving us quite well and still are to this day. They've unfortunately halved, so it's not 12 anymore, it's 6 of them. And this is because of green parties shutting them down for the past decade. So now we have a liberal conservative coalition government, which tackles a lot of different challenges. You've mentioned criminality, also, of course, the situation with the security of our country, and creating, as the Commissioner mentioned, similar to Finland, a broader sense of what security is. It's not only expanding on defense in the traditional way you'd think, for example, armor and the classic defense capacity, but it's also making sure that our water systems are resilient, that our railroads are ready, and all of those other requirements that NATO, for example, has on us nowadays, which is great. But there's one thing that is at the core of this, and it's the fact that we're completely dependent on nature. And nature is humanity's life support in so many different ways. I mean, if everyone here is to hold their breath, we're not going to survive that long, yeah? So let's start with air. We need air, yeah? Anyone can agree on that. We also need water, we also need food. So nature is truly our life support. Without nature, we are nothing. But it's also so important to make the connection that these types of resources that are our life support are also the backbone of our economy. So half of worldwide GDP depends directly on nature. And I think that my point is, without nature, we're nothing. We don't have an economy, we don't have a life, and it incapacitates us in so many different ways. And this is why we cannot fail with the challenge we're facing, but it's also why I'm confident that we will not fail. Because obviously, the business case, for example, to invest in sustainability becomes clearer if you make the connection that, for example, half of worldwide GDP is directly dependent on nature. or the fact that our economic growth is not completely linked to a fossil economy and a fossil system. And there my country is also a good example. We're the country in the European Union that has the lowest emissions per capita, which we're very proud of. But this itself, it's not that interesting. I think what makes my country interesting is the fact that we have the lowest emission in the EU per capita, despite being a country with a very cold climate, despite being an exporting country with quite a large industrial economy. And that's what makes us unique. And I think that when I say we cannot fail, you know, with climate crisis context and sustainability, it might sound like a cliche, but when I say that we cannot fail, I'm also talking about Europe, and Europe as a superpower, you could say. I mean, our climate efforts in the European Union can never come at the expense of our strength, yeah? And we must ensure that we have a robust economic growth, that we have a very strong resilience that is strengthened during our road to becoming more and more sustainable. And this is, of course, for those values themselves. We like economic growth, we like to see a prosperous Europe, but it's also because when we look at the amount of emissions from different parts of the world, Europe cannot do this alone. It's evident. And in Europe, we are doing our homework. So we need to make sure that we show other countries that don't share our values and our interests that sustainability is not something that is making Europe weak. It is something that is strengthening our economy. It is something that we can do, and that is not dependent on us shutting down our factories and making less money and having a lower quality of life. Because that is the only way that we can get other parts of the world to follow. And that is where the biggest challenge of climate crisis is today.
Thank you very much. So we come to Romania, to the city of Timisoara, and the older ones remember very well 89, 90, these huge demonstrations there, and people...
Revolution.
The revolution, and people calling for freedom. Which was really important, and obviously you can be important or successful as a liberal in a city like Timisoara, so you're the mayor there. On the other hand, we feel the coming back of the so-called strong man, and people, and coming back of nationalism, and people obviously looking also for more simple solutions. So, what's the answer to that?
Well, I mean, we're a room full of politicians, and so I think we don't talk enough about how to win elections. Because if we want to make Europe a global superpower, we need to vote for parties that want to make Europe a global superpower. If those parties who share the same goal lose, then certainly Europe will not be able to reach all those goals. And so I think the question for us is, how can we win again? And indeed, why is it that in many countries liberal parties are not doing very well? Luckily, indeed, in Romania, as well as in some other, it's very interesting correlation. Eastern European countries, liberal parties are doing quite well, maybe because people there feel a more concrete threat of Russia and of illiberalism, and also have a more recent memory of what it means not to be free. But I really think that we need to have the debate about how to win elections, and for me it's really, as a mayor, but also now as a party leader, and they made me party leader because I won elections as a mayor. The question is really about how can we get again into real connection with voters and with citizens. And I feel that sometimes I feel, let's put it that way, I feel that we've a little bit lost our way. And a part of it might be also the way that we elect our parliaments. In most of the country, I assume it's a vote on lists. So your energy as a politician goes into convincing your party colleagues, into scheming and to get on the list. And then once you're on the list, it's the party that needs to get votes, not you personally. So that can lead to you getting lazy once you get elected in terms of your connection to voters. As a mayor, you're in those countries where there's a direct vote for mayor and they put their stamp on your name, you never can get lazy because you need a constant connection to voters. So I think we need to reconnect to voters, and we do that I think, by speaking about issues that they care about. But we also do that by using a language and methods that they listen. And there, again, I think we're far behind the curve as liberal parties. I'm very happy to hear that you got 4 million views, and this is, I have to watch it, I haven't seen it.
Please.
But
You'll be surprised.
I feel that we're still being led by consultants who won elections 15 years ago. And to think that by, I don't know, writing good 30-minute speeches full of great slogans, we can win something. Yes, we need to adapt. We need to find these 30 seconds which do well on the algorithm on TikTok. And if somebody tells me, okay, but does that mean that we get stupider and more stupid and that we have simpler and simpler solutions? No, I don't think so. But it asks more of us as politicians to condense our solutions into 30 seconds that are relevant for the citizens, and not to feel that we have 30 minutes and everybody listens to us. So I really think it's a wake-up call, and yes, the center is right now is losing ground, and the extremists are doing much better. But I think they're doing better because they're connecting to the emotions of voters. And if we want to have a strong Europe, again, we need to win elections. And in order to win elections, we need to connect to voters emotionally.
Thank you very much. That brings me to the next point. Thank you. It brings me to the next point, and that's disinformation. And we have in the European Parliament, we have finally now this commission, EUDS, European Union Democracy Shield, and I'm very happy to be there and to work there, and I think it's very important, because when I read making Europe a global superpower, why do we want to be a superpower? Why? Because the superpower we had, they are not our friends anymore. Probably they are still our partners, the Americans, but I'm not sure about that. Because if you look what the Heritage Foundation does, they say they don't want the European Union, they want 27 small states to deal with them. And what does Trump do? He sends his envoyés to France, to Germany right now, in order to change the government. They want right-wing governments, and then they want to play with them like puppets. And on the other hand, we have Putin, who does not only kind of occupy Georgia, who attacks Ukraine, and who also is dangerous for us. And also with his war, the hybrid war, that's also disinformation. And the question is, how can we explain it? People tell me, no, I mean Putin, you know, he just wants a little bit of Ukraine and then everything will be fine. And then you start with sabotage, then you explain what cyber attacks are. But it's already too complicated. You say in one sentence, how to explain how dangerous this disinformation is for us in 30 seconds?
Well, obviously, you have to do 30 seconds every day, every week, every month, every year. So you have to build a narrative that, yes, is built on smaller pieces of information, because you will never have a voter in front of you who says, okay, now I have 2 hours time, please explain me your worldview and all your policies. But that's why I'm saying we need to reconnect, because if we don't have a connection to voters, if they don't know were to complain about, I don't know, a street that is broken, they will not listen to you about Putin. Once they told you that their street is not working, and you told them that you understand them and that you will take the issue up, then maybe you also have time to talk about Putin.
Okay, and preparedness also means being prepared against disinformation. Do we do enough?
Yeah, exactly. We have this DSA, so a Digital Service Act. We propose code of conduct, and not later than yesterday. You know, we are going through election for the presidential election in Ireland, and one of the famous candidates announced his resignation, but it was not true. It was a fake news. And, you know, we are overwhelmed by disinformation. And this is today's threat. The threat is in your pocket. this is the real battlefield, tomorrow's battlefield. We can develop the best vaccine we can, and we have, you know, the means. After the COVID-19, we built HERA, or Health Emergency Response Agency, which is also based in Brussels. We developed HERA Invest to boost pharmaceutical industry, to have the capacities to produce the next medical countermeasure if a pandemic occurred. I was in the Health World Summit last week in Berlin. I met many scientists who all agree that it's not a question if a pandemic is going to happen again, but when. And for that, we need to be prepared. But information is part of it, because you can have the best vaccine. If the people don't trust you, they will not use it. They will not accept it. They trust us. You know, we have been the first, again, a positive note, in September to send vaccines for Mpox when a strike occurred in DRC and Rwanda. It came from Europe. But then there were misinformation, a massive misinformation, saying that this vaccine was an attempt to their fertility. So we had to talk to the priest, the religious, the famous people, to try to influence and to correct this massive campaign of disinformation. And this is something that we are going to face again and again.
It's very, you wanted to add something, please.
Yes, I just think when discussing disinformation, it seems now as if there's two discussions. One that's very down with the voter and grassroots and easy to relate to, and then there's the macro discussion of the union and what legislation we're putting forward. But I think that there's a connection between these two perspectives, which is education. If you focus on educating every generation, you create such a strong vaccine against disinformation. And that is why I think that it's so important that so many liberal parties as possible make sure to take education seriously and prioritize it. Because when we make sure that every new generation contains young people who are educated enough to understand that they're being pressured by forces that would like them to see a different view than the one that their own country is, or other angles of it, then you create a vaccine against disinformation. And you also create strong, independent people who perhaps are more prone to a more free society and more liberalism. So I think that that's also why it's so important to have education at the core of our policies.
I just want to add something, because I think it's an important point about preparedness in a way, education, because it's something that anticipates disinformation in the future. And I think we need to be much better in anticipating what kind of narratives could come in countering our policies, as you said, with
it's all about preparedness.
Exactly, and then be on the offensive. So I keep telling my voters, if I smell that I will be attacked on an issue, maybe an issue that I'm actually politically vulnerable about, I want to be the first to tell my voters about, and I want to be the one, okay, this is what you're going to hear, and it's wrong, and this is why it's wrong. If I wait until the disinformation and the attacks are coming, then it's too late, because then I will be in a defensive. And so I think we need to be much better also as liberal parties to anticipate the narratives that are countering our ideals and our mission, and establish a narrative that puts us in a better position.
So I have to ask the Minister of the Interior, our secret services, our police, are they all well prepared for the waves of disinformation, or are we running behind?
My public answer is, of course. My real
Between us
answer
friends.
is definitely not. Definitely not. Why? Because I'm listening to that, and based on my 20-something years as a diplomat, I think that no, we are not there yet. The problem is that we enter in a new phase of our world and of our history. I think it's the end of a phase, but that's a debate among historians. But actually, I can speak of my part of the world, what we used to call the Western Europe at a certain point. I remember. No, that was a part of the world. It's not. It's a bit broader now. We lived Yalta, and then we lived certainly the 90s until 2010, 2015 in a very quiet world. It was the end of history of Fukuyama. Very interesting theory. not true, but interesting story. But we lived in this story. So we lowered everything. I'm old enough to remember the 70s and 80s, even in Belgium, I'm not even speaking of France, Germany, Italy, we had les cellules communistes combattantes, we had a harsh confrontation between the gendarmerie and the protesters, and so on. And then 90s to 2010, 15, very quiet, and we slept. And I can tell you, I'm minister for a little bit less than one year, and my job is just to reconnect everybody, to ask the services to be up to the task, full of good people. Huh? That's why I say, yes, we are there. We are full of good people, but we have to reconnect not only with the voters, but with the reality in which we are living. We have to name things. I hate hybrid threats. I think it's a ridiculous combination of words. We are under attack. We are under physical attack. We have planes coming in your space more than in Belgium. We are a bit protected in Belgium too. Huh? If the Russian tanks arrive in Brussels, it's over since weeks and months. Huh? And thanks to the Green Party, they are not going to the Grand Place because we have the Good Move plan. In Brussels, it's impossible to move in the city. That being said, we are not there. We are under attack. We spoke about cyber attacks and so on every day.
Excuse me, question. Do people want to hear that we are under attack? Is it easy to say it?
No, we have to tell people, yes, we have to worry about the situation. I'm not a warmonger. I'm not there. And certainly as Minister of Interior, I have to tell people the truth and tell, we are working on it. We are reconnecting all the services. We are working. All services are better working among each other, even the secret services. Even the secret services, it's always difficult to make them work together because they are secret services, so it's in the word. But even at the level of the police, we have to reconnect with this reality. My reality as Minister of Interior in Belgium, my main priority, it's the fight against the organized crime linked to the drug trafficking. But drug trafficking is also people smuggling, is also weapons, and is radicalization. That is my main topic, but I do not forget, and we have seen less than 10 years ago that we dismantled a cell that was preparing an attack against some very prominent politician in Belgium. So it has not lowered that much. So no, we are not there yet, but I think the conscious in the services that we have to be up to the task, that we have to reconnect also with the fear of the people is there. We spoke about preparedness. I think that's the word, not only for resilience and so, but that's part of the resilience too. We have to make sure, and that's not easy. It's a bit tricky, that all the security services work together. You know, we are reinvesting finally in our defense. It was about time in Belgium. We are not the best pupil in the room. But for me, it's, for example, normal that the investment that we make in the army has also a direct benefit for the population. The army has also, okay, they protect the border, and for Belgium, the border, we know that our border is not our border. The border is the border of Germany, is the border of Poland for Belgium. But the fight that we are facing is an internal fight for the moment. And to finish on that, cybersecurity is very important. You can and the drones. I can pile up all the challenges that we are facing. But the drone is very interesting. Very good drones. I mean, we can do a lot of things. But it has developed so fast that our legislation is not there. I mean, they are not registered. We don't know where. And I've seen also, I can speak of Belgium, but I'm sure it's the case in all our country. You have drones everywhere, sometimes even up to some military infrastructure and so on. So we have to put order in that, remaining a liberal party. I'm very glad and happy to be a member of a Liberal Party that has won the election and is the first French-speaking party in the country. So there is hope for everybody. But it comes also because actually, yes, we connected with all the people, and sometimes also with people that maybe 10 years ago we thought, no, they are never going to vote for us, and then we don't speak to them. No, our job, it's to speak. It's not in your question, but we speak to everybody because we think that our project is good for everybody, even the people that are not our, let's say, natural electorate.
Okay. But short question, to become a global superpower, the national services will have to work better together, probably centralized. Bad word, centralized.
Centralized. I mean, let's say for the information, the intelligence services, I do not believe in centralization. I think that they have to better cooperate together. I mean, you know, I work at the EES for 3 years, so I know what is also sometimes the centralization. Foreign affairs and the security services, they are never going to be centralized, but we can work better together to make sure that we share the good information. And I come back to what I said at the beginning, that we define very clearly our goals. You know, do we need to be a global superpower? Certainly. What is in the name? What is a superpower? But that's maybe another discussion. I mean, we are never going to be the United States of America. It's impossible for us, and it's not the purpose. We are never going to be Russia, fortunately. We're never going to be China, and so on. But we have a very good position to be better at what we do if we do it together. If we define some very important goals that we want to reach, and then we see how we do it better. It's how we build Europe at the end of the day. The European Union, we have built it with the subsidiarity, not easy to say, not even in French, le principe de subsidiarité. And sometimes I think that we lost a little bit that idea. That I thought you have the centripedic action of the Rond-Point Schuman, saying, okay, we are going to do, no, let's go back to the subsidiarity, well, you know what I mean, point to see what's well done around the Schuman roundabout and what is better done in the country, and we put that together, and I think that there we can become a global superpower.
But we need a very strong plus Schuman as far as one word you mentioned is concerned, DSA, Digital Service Act. Because what do we know? We know that Donald Trump said if the Europeans really want to follow the Digital Services Act, they will pay for it. Higher tariffs, whatever. So he challenges us. He says you are not allowed to follow your own rules. And on the other hand, the right-wing parties say, what is DSA? DSA is censorship. You know, one of the best sentences Ursula von der Leyen said in her last big speech was, algorithms should not be the teachers of our children, should be the parents, the teachers of our children. But now algorithm, from this EUDS, I can tell you one of the experts says, the sense of these companies and the sense of the algorithm is hate. It's the business model is hate. So here's the question now. We Europeans, we need digital sovereignty. We don't, you laugh. You're so positive, thank you very much, you're so positive. But if you say now we have digital sovereignty in Europe, I will be skeptical. So how do we get digital sovereignty? And will the Commission be strong enough to say, Mr. Trump, I have 5 fingers, which one do you want, if he really asks us not to follow our rules?
I just want to echo something that Bernard has said about subsidiarity and sovereignty. You know, I'm commissioner responsible for preparedness. I'm going everywhere in Europe and abroad to present our preparedness strategy, which is inspiring for us, but also for us. It's about our own security and the others. And you know, the UCPM mechanism, which is our civil protection solidarity mechanism, is activated 10 times more than when it was created at the beginning of the 2000s. It means that member states are more and more overwhelmed by the disasters that they are facing today's disaster, the complexity, the cross-border and cross-sectoral disasters, be it because of the climate change or by the new technologies. So, and this mechanism is a good example of the added value of Europe, because it's activated only if the member states request it. So it's not a question about a violation of their independence, of sovereignty. Although when I'm presenting the new preparedness strategy, what I receive mainly from the big member state is, we are the first responsible and the first responder. For sure, we are busy enough and we are not going to intervene if you don't request us. And so it's a little bit bizarre for me to hear that principle of subsidiarity. The lessons learned from the COVID-19 is that it wasn't possible for member states, for each country to tackle this pandemic alone. And it seems that we have a short memory and that we don't remember that thanks to Europe, we've been able to produce this vaccine. Thanks to Europe, you have been able to save lives this summer and to address the wildfires, the floods as well. And when we have one big country, I don't want to say specifically which one, who is not activating the mechanism soon enough, I mean, quickly enough, then we have a disaster, a real one. And it happened recently. And so the added value is really that the EU is there to support, to sustain, and to develop some coherence and coordination. I remember when I met Niinisto, the previous president of Finland, who inspired this strategy, he told me, you have everything you need, Kaja. But you need the super glue of the solidarity in Europe is trust. Trust. We need to develop more trust and to remember what is the added value of our union, the solidarity mainly.
So that means that I come back to my question.
And coming back to your question...
So are we strong enough to resist Trump?
I think that what is clear is that all this AI, the social and so on, the misinformation is only reinforcing discrimination, exclusion for LGBTIQ plus people. Hate, harassment online is a poison for our society. And so that's why I just presented 10 days ago a LGBTIQ plus strategy, because it's the second time that we have this kind of strategy. The first one was quite successful. Now the LGBTIQ plus community is more accepted, socially accepted, but we see an increasing of hate speech and hate harassment motivated online. So that's why we need to go further. But in many countries, and mainly in Russia, we see this narrative, you know, of exclusion, of combating diversity. You know that even the USA has sent messages and letters to the companies here who are dealing with the USA that are you still involved in inclusion, diversity? And this is European values that we want to defend. And we will stand strong. We will not go backwards.
We will defend it.
We will defend it.
We will have, so he has no chance to telling us we will not. Okay, that's very important. No. I think that's really important. Are we strong enough? We Europeans, I mean, we will be a superpower, but we are not yet. Are we strong enough to resist also the Americans if they try to tell us not to follow our rules?
I mean, if I might come with the climate and environment angle again, I think that another way that Donald Trump and the US are attacking European values now is also through sustainability, right? And he spent quite a long time during his speech to the General Assembly speaking about how Europe is losing because of sustainability, and that the ones who bet on green transition will lose. And I think that therefore it is so important to showcase the examples where that's not the situation, because there are examples that go completely against that narrative. For example, in my country, the emissions have gone down above 30% in the past years, and at the same time our economy has grown more than 100%. So we've shown that it's not a losing game, and a lot of times people tend to think that maybe Sweden has done well economically despite being a sustainable country. But what we're actually seeing in my country is that we've done well economically because of investing in sustainability, because of changing our processes to develop green and clean products and services. And that's how we've actually created a much better competitiveness than we've seen in a long time. And the demand for clean goods and services will only increase. I mean, we have the legislation now on a European field, and the discussions that I'm often invited to is there a backlash, and is there a fallback on Green Deal and whatnot? And I think that it's a very common misconception, because the situation that we're in as ministers of climate and environment right now, when we met in Luxembourg on Tuesday, it's that we've gone from the phase of speaking about nice targets and saving the planet and goals to actually coming to the implementation phase, to actually being in the time when our industries are handling the emissions trading systems, the effort sharing regulation, all of these very sharp tools to combat climate change. So that's the situation we're in, and that's actually quite a good situation to be in. But of course, Donald Trump and the US are going to try to portray it as, look at Europe, look how they're losing, look at the lowered competitiveness and so on. So we need to make sure to showcase how it isn't like that. It's actually something that is strengthening our economy, it's growing our economy, and that's not despite being sustainable, that's because we are being sustainable. But this, of course, is very heavily connected to the topics we're discussing now. I mean, if we create a situation where Europe is being exploited by aggressive, hostile countries who are trying to benefit from our dependency on critical raw materials or our dependency on fossil energy and so on, we're not going to be strong. We're not going to be near a superpower. We're not even going to be strong enough as a union as we should be. So I think that that's also so important to keep in mind, that as liberals, of course, it's more comfortable to speak about the nice, fluffy parts of climate transition, which generally I think there's often that's what's expected of us as politicians, talking about saving the planet. But it's as much about nuclear power to create energy independency. It's about actually having mines in the countries where we have big finds and having those difficult discussions on the ethics or the morals or other aspects of mining, because we cannot just keep our fingers clean and import things from China, for example, or from Russia with the Russian gas, which we have seen. So I think that it's very heavily connected as well, that we make sure to stand strong in climate transition. And that's not a sign of a backlash. That's a sign of actually being clever and doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Bernard again, Trump doesn't treat us as friends anymore. But I hope that as far as the cooperation of the services, that still works. So you think, could you imagine that he would blackmail us also as far as our security is concerned? Could you imagine that Trump would blackmail us also as far as our security is concerned and cooperation of services?
Well, it didn't happen yet, actually. In the case I was mentioning, we had a very good cooperation with different international services, including maybe, I'm cautious, including maybe American services. So, because it's in the interest of everybody, but the question of the international relations is a question of interest. So we have to see where we have our share interest. But we will be a superpower, or only a power if we do it for ourselves. I mean, not always comparing to the other one. That's where we have to be strong and to see how we can be in the middle of the game at a certain point. It's true that it is difficult for us. I think that we are going through a kind of existential crisis, because we are not the center of the world anymore. We have been, but with the fall of the Berlin Wall, we are not the center of the world anymore. We don't have this competitive advantage that we had at a certain point. We had to speak about the Indo-Pacific, but it's a reality. There is a shift there. But let's take that as an opportunity. I could speak hours and hours about our strategic autonomy and how we have to build our strategic autonomy, and we spoke about it hours and hours with Kaja, will be built on the building of the strategic autonomy of Africa. We are nowhere there. We are definitely nowhere. Yes, we have some touches, but we are nowhere. For me, it is important. You spoke about the critical raw material. And they are there. You know, tomorrow, because I'm fearing less the, how can I say that diplomatically, the hectic behavior of President Trump. And maybe he's not the worst in the band, huh? And in the team. I don't know. If tomorrow we have G-Day events, I'm not sure that we will be better than we are with Trump. But I mean, they are there. Let's see what we can do. Speaking of, because this is a real threat, I think. You have 1.8 billion inhabitants in Africa today, all the continent. 1.7, 1.8. In 25 years, it's tonight. We speak of 2.5 billion inhabitants. If there is no a strong and fast economic development in Africa, I mean, the road is there. Huh? The road is from south to north. Yeah. It is so. We can disagree, we can think it's not a good idea, we can think what we want. This is the road. So we will be, for me, a global superpower if we find new allies, if we build if we strengthen our strategic autonomy, if we do that with those new allies, and they are just beneath, if I see the map, I know that we could reverse it. It would be a good thing too. But if we work with our African partners, because everybody is already there, I think that we can be a better partner. But that's another story. So I think we shouldn't fear the American administration of today. We shouldn't fear the Chinese. We shouldn't fear even the Russian. I say it, even if I'm not living on the moon. Huh? I know what is happening. I think that we are already a power. It has been said. It has been said by my president, so it must be true. Or obviously, if I know it's a Liberal Party, so I can disagree even with my president. But we are already. We are, well, if I'm not mistaken, 450 million inhabitants. We have. Even if our GDP has not grown like other GDPs, we are economically strong and so on. So sometimes I'm afraid that at the European level we have a little bit the disease of the Belgian. You know, we are too shy. We think that we are not strong enough, that we are not good enough. We are very good. We are very strong. Let's read. Sometimes it's good to read paper, even if they're not coming from a Liberal Party. But let's read the Letta report. Let's read the Draghi report. I mean, I'm sorry, everything is there. Everything is there. Let's invest in Europe. Let's go there. And sometimes that's a very personal view. I think that we have to tell also Trump, okay, you want to make a trade war? We are ready. We are ready to go to war, because you also have things to lose. Yeah. And at a certain point, I mean, you have to use some strong language too, and to say if we want to be a power, at a certain point we have to act like a power. It's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. I know it. But, well, I'm not sure that we are not losing it by not being strong enough. Very personal view, but I'm there for that.
Unities. You want one short, because we come to an end?
Yeah, I
Please.
just wanted to add, because now we've gotten into China, and China mentioning that, for example, in Africa there are so many countries that have critical raw materials. They do, and you know, whenever I go to an African country, it seems every time I go there's a new what you call it, like motorway that's built by China, yeah, funded by China, and a new harbor that's lovely, funded by China, yeah.
With our money, yeah.
With our money, definitely. But no, there's so many examples of that. But I think something you've mentioned here is where are the critical raw materials? Yeah, of course, there's a lot of findings in different African countries. But in my country, Sweden, we have so many findings. We have the biggest findings in entire Europe. But somehow there are a lot of politicians that think, oh, we're too fancy or too clean to be promoting mining, and to actually talk about the fact that if you're talking big words about saving the planet and climate transition, you also need to talk about the more difficult parts of it, which is that we actually need a lot less dependency than the situation we have right now. When Ursula von der Leyen says we should have 5 times the the amount of solar power that we have today in a few decades, we also need to have that tough discussion on, okay, where should those critical raw materials come from? And I think as a climate politicians, it's very important to not be a hypocrite. And to not say, oh, I want the solar powers and I want to save the world, but I don't want the mining, because that's a very difficult environmental topic in my country and people will be upset. Or I don't want the nuclear power, because that is perhaps something some people are against. I think those difficult conversations is something that needs to be had by liberals, to not be seen as this, elitist, academic type of political ideology that doesn't attract the broader public.
That's a very good bridge for me, because we only have 7 minutes left. So last question. Liberals are very good in thinking rationally and having very good programs and so on. But from my experience, they're not always good enough in emotions, How we take the people with us, with our emotions, not only being a superpower, but being together a great European value-driven continent. So what are the emotions you would say? And you have 1 minute, it must be enough for emotions, 1 or 2 minutes. Just tell us the emotions that we can take with us to our voters, to the people, which emotions come from here, that Europe will be a strong power.
I should start. Talking about the emotion, I think that the extremes are playing with the fear and frustration. We should play more with what is making us happy, all of us. What is at the core, at the heart of our, well-being. And it means that to take care of everyone, to allow everyone to develop, to dream, and to realize their dream. And this is from deep inside what I think that is the Liberal Party is taking the best part of you to help everyone to realize, to improve, and to to realize your dream, to make your dream come true. Together. Yeah, together.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
I think the strongest emotion is a sense of belonging, of belonging to a community. And this is what we need to foster. And I think, again, I come back to my point, we as politicians have to see people, to listen people, to look them into the eye and say, I see you and you belong to my tribe. And then we can, once we do that on a local level, we can also do it on a European level. I tell my citizens, I don't know, in the last 5 years we attracted 350 million euros European funding. And I tell my people every time I open a school funded by EU funds, or I buy a tram or a bus by EU funds, I tell them, this bus was paid for by the taxes of a nurse in Sweden, or of a bus driver in Spain. Yeah. And so that makes them feel part of a bigger community. And this is, I think, the emotion that we need to aim for.
Thank you very much. Please.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that I'm totally in agreement with what you say, that we are not able, maybe I'm the less rational here, but I think that we have to speak with our brain, but also with our heart, and if I may say so, with our guts, and say things. But I think that we have to speak true. That's the best way. But we have to manage the way we do it. But let's speak to people, and as you mentioned, being able to say what's working. Maybe sometimes we take too much time to explain why it's not working. Let's speak about what's working. Your tramway in Timișoara, I think it's very important. I always speak with my friends and say, yes, Europe. I say, guys, roaming. I still remember when we had to go through borders. I still remember when we had to go to the bank to buy these big francs français, 500 francs, c'était grand comme ça. I remember that. I'm 53, I'm not that old, so I remember that. And the roaming service, I mean, that we know that costs so much money, it's over. The fact that I can use the same thing for my computer, for my phone, for my headphones, and so on.
Yeah, but today it's given. We have to speak more about it.
But let's speak about what's working, assume what could be better, if we speak about Europe, and for the rest, yes, as you mentioned, we have to listen to people. We have to, but I think, but maybe I'm rather new in a certain way, in certain part of the political game. But I think that if you speak true with the people, it's working. It takes time. It's a lot of emotion. Can be annoying at a certain point. It's definitely challenging. But then you say, and you stand your ground, and you listen to that. So I understand what's your question, but I think that well, I don't feel it. Like that, and I'm Minister of Home Affairs, so I have never good news. That's the job of Home Affairs. You never, when my phone is ringing, it's never for good news, and I do not convey a lot of good news. But people. You know, I don't think, also I will finish, I'm not a Rousseauist, so I don't think that the man is good by nature, but I don't think it's an idiot either. So I think that people are intelligent, they are able to understand. Yeah, but it's our job also, you know, to adapt the language, but not the ideas, but adapt the language to make sure that we make ourselves understandable.
Thank you very much. Please, last word for you.
I'd say that it will be impossible if liberals are trying to win an election on past victories and on what we have created. Look at everything Europe's offering. Look at, you don't need to have an expensive bill when you get back from a different European country because internet is free and you can travel without your passport. I mean, my generation definitely takes that for granted, yeah? And we take peace for granted and we take so many things for granted, economic stability for granted. So I truly think that it's difficult to attract those forces or voters, specifically in a time where authoritarians are playing on fear and on very strong emotions. But I think that it's important for liberals to not bite into that authoritarian logic, to not try to play on fear, but in complete opposite of that, try to showcase and share how humanity has faced so many difficult challenges throughout time, but we've always resolved them. And we've resolved them because there has been different people through different times who have come up with wonderful ideas and executed them. Yeah? So humanity has the power to solve different challenges if we only give them the tools to do so, give them the tools to create the life that they'd like to have, or give them the education that they need to have to grow as a person and execute the ideas that they believe in. So there's a great force in humanity which only develops when you have an optimism and when you have freedom. And that's why I think liberalism is so important. And I think that that's a message that can truly attract, for example, the younger generations.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you. And of course, freedom is also granted for us. It's not for Elena. It's not for the people of Georgia. So at the end, we think about them. They know it. We send them messages. And I think that's also very important for our liberal family. Thank you very much. And according to my plan, opening of the ALDE Liberal Village area in the Grand Hall. That's what it tells me here. So I hope that's true. And then I wish you a great opening of the ALDE Village. Thank you very much.
Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. That's what people say.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to what I'm calling EU intervention session. So the title of this session is Superpower Europe, Reforming EU Decision-Making in a Dangerous World. And let's be honest right now, the EU is less a superpower and more like a superhero stuck in a wardrobe, arguing with itself which cape to wear. So we are here today, this evening, in Brussels, in the heart of Europe. And in the next hour, we need to decide if this heart should beat faster or it should continue to have a minor cardiac arrest every time when a member state says veto. So I'm joined today by 4 brilliant liberal minds with me, which all have a distinct perspective of how we should fix the things. And I will call them to join me on the stage. Ms. Diana Buzoiani, Mr. Georges-Louis Boucher, Mr. Kirill Petkov, and Mrs. Anna Struck. So before we start, I first want to introduce all of you. So I will start with Diana Buzoiani, Minister of Environment, Water and Forest from Romania. Minister, if someone can teach the EU how to be green but also efficient, that's you. So thought I hear in Brussels that sometimes the only thing we manage to recycle is the same bad idea, old bad idea. Next to Ms. Buzoiani is Mr. Georges-Louis Boucher, party leader of MR. Mr. Boucher, you are a politician who never shies away from a fight. So we need you to channel that Belgian federal spirit and tell us, but you will tell us later, just keep in mind the question. Is it easier to form a government in Belgium or to get the EU to agree on a sanction package? So just keep that in mind, and I will give you the floor later. Today with me is also Kirill Petkov, former Prime Minister of Bulgaria. Mr. Petkov, you were famous trying to fight the corruption and external influence inside your own government. So once you said that Putin's success depends on figures like Peevski. So I must ask, and it's the same rule for you, this is just an introduction and you will answer it later. Is the EU's biggest decision-making problem the architecture or the agents of foreign influence inside the walls? And finally, we have Anna Struck, a dynamic new MEP from NEOS in Austria. Anna, I really love your social media posts. And yes, as a strong voice for institutional reform, you believe we need a deep change. So the question here is, are we talking just about cosmetic surgery, or do we need to completely rebuild the house? And in the end, let me introduce myself. My name is Monica Zaikova. I come from North Macedonia, an EU candidate member state. For us in Macedonia, the question of Superpower Europe is an existential question. So we need a strong EU to anchor our future. But frankly, the slower you are to decide, the less credible your whole enlargement promises becomes. For example, I can say that Macedonia it started the EU processes immediately after the independence, so it means when I was born. And we get the candidacy status 20 years ago, and we are still in the waiting room. So as liberal politicians, we are driven by ideals, but we also must be wise political navigators. In my country, the will of the people, which is expressed through elections, demands both EU membership and the preservation of our dignity. The political reality that we can only deliver on painful constitutional changes if there is a guarantee of membership ratifications, just as we did it with NATO. So I'm not just asking you to change the EU's decision-making, I'm asking you to show the innovation and wisdom to make it work, even when our politics are messy. And I do agree with Svenja that EU needs to be led by innovations, and I will also add by creativity. So let me start with the official part of the scenario. So imagine that it's Monday morning and news breaks that a key neighbor of the EU, let's call them neighbor X, is being politically destabilized by a hostile foreign power. So the European Council is meeting 26 member states, agree on a package of massive joint economic support, sanctions, and unfilled diplomatic démarche. But one member state, which we suspect has been compromised, threatens to veto the entire thing. And we listen to Kaja Kallas that we are all equal and that one member state could not stop the decision by the other 26. So my question first goes to Mr. Boucher. You are sitting at that council table. Do you immediately trigger a passerelle clause to move this foreign policy item to qualified majority voting? Or do you try to buy off the root member state? We need to make the decision in 60 seconds. And just keep in mind that you have just 3 minutes to answer, not 15 like in the welcoming speech.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you for the question. I have no time, so I will go to the goal immediately. I think the question of this question is typically a question that you see that European Union have to change the governance. And for me, if we want to change the governance, you have to change the designation. And we need more people who are directly elected. Because this kind of decision is so important. You need, if you want a great leadership, you need legitimacy. And this legitimacy comes from the election. It's not possible to have this if you are just a bureaucracy or, you know, if from different countries, just with the interest of your country. We need more people with the interest of Europe and not only for your country and just this question. So, yeah, it's better if you can make decision with less than unanimity. It's always better. But at the end of the day, I think we have to elect a president for European Union, and this kind of question, the relation with the rest of the world, the question of leadership, are totally in the, you know, in the job of a president of European Union.
Okay, thank you. So, Kirill, based on your own experience of fighting corruption, if that veto is clearly motivated by corruption or foreign influence, does that change the decision-making rules, or do we need a veto on the veto rule specifically for cases of democratic integrity.
Thank you. I actually do agree with you that we cannot be hostages to one leader or two leaders that have not the EU in their best interest. And I think when we talk about qualified majority, we should expand this definition on terms like foreign policy. I actually believe that. I believe you cannot have, let's say, Orban vetoing the next Russian sanction just because he can. And I believe that at the same time, we should make sure that all member states should be asked on certain questions, and their anonymity is important when it turns to national security or other specific interests to the country, because if we push too far away from national interest, there are people that would definitely prey on this and try to work against the EU. So we have to move forward to make sure that qualified majorities are there for decisions of, let's say, a corrupt leader stopping the whole EU. At the same time, we have to be careful not to move too fast so that there is not opposing forces that will start working against the EU. One final point here I want to say is that we have to have a better instrument to curb corruption in the EU. The EU Prosecutor's Office should have higher mandates. We should have cross-border money laundering. We should have foreign financing of political parties under the control of the European prosecutor. We don't have a sheriff in town yet. And how we should reform this as well, we should think about, we should have EU prosecutors from different member states able to investigate in other member states versus what we have today. Only the current state EU prosecutors can do an internal checks. Usually, the independence of a different member state would be much more effective. So, quick answer, yes, qualified majority on foreign policy, stronger instruments to curb corruption, better mandates for the EU prosecutor. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, let's assume we managed the foreign policy crisis and now we need to pay for it. So the Commission proposed 1 trillion European defense bond for joint procurement and R&D. This is the financial muscle of Superpower Europe, but it requires a new fiscal competencies. So Anna, Austria is traditionally fiscally cautious. How do you convince your voters to support massive joint EU debt for defense? If this requires, for example, new EU taxes like a carbon tax or a digital levy to pay for it, should the decision need to be created by a qualified majority, or must it remain unanimous, and why is that fiscally responsible?
I'm not sure our national deficit would agree with your first statement, but but I know what you're getting at. So the easy answer is yes, qualified majority, but I feel like we're all kind of agreeing on that, so it would just be boring if I repeat that. So instead, I'll pick up on what you just said, which is we need more directly elected people and representatives working for Europe, and I couldn't agree more. We heard today that Europe needs to be, we need audacity. So let me be audacious in my statement, which is that I think we need a vision that is more than just a question of qualified majority or unanimity. And I think we have to find a way that it's not necessarily the governments of the nation states making decisions, because they don't even make the decisions a lot of times for their people, for their country, but a lot of times for their party. And I think that's not the way forward. So if we talk about having more directly elected people there, I think we should start talking and thinking about a two-chamber system where we have a European Parliament that is truly European, where with transnational lists, etc., we can get to a chamber that, as you were asking for, is actually representing the European idea more than the national ideas, but with a second chamber that is made up of representatives from the national parliaments, therefore still having directly elected representatives there, still having some sort of national representation, national ideas there, but that would really help us to get through and to cut through not just the national question, but also this party politics, which is happening all the time. And, you know, I mean, we're new in government now, but I know a lot of people in this room have been in government themselves, or their party have been in government, I mean, on this panel even. So, and I'm sure you know, even in government, it's not like every single decision that is made in the council is really 100% in accordance with the full government. And that's what I mean by party politics coming through as well. So there I think, you know, if we get rid of party politics in that sense, if we get rid of just the individual, national, not directly elected voice, I think that could be a really interesting way forward.
Thank you, Anna. Before going to the green part, I just have one more question for Mr. Boucher and for Mr. Kirill Petkov. Because George mentioned about the Commission President, so if the Union is to act a geopolitical superpower, it means it needs a geopolitical commission. So does the current president, Commission President, needs the power to overrule national governments on single market trade policies in a crisis? And are you ready to delegate that much power to a central authority?
For the moment, no, because there is no legitimacy. It's not possible to give the power to the President of the European Commission to overrule a country, because what is the legitimacy is not democracy. The difference between a national government and the European Commission, national government was elected. The president, or not directly perhaps, but the parliament is elected, and after there is a government. But there is an election at the beginning. It's not the case for a European Commission, I'm sorry. The president of the European Commission is just a choice between the head of state and the head of government. After, yeah, there is a vote at parliament, okay. But, okay, yeah, there is a vote. There is just a political agreement. I'm a president of a party. I know the difference between an election and a political agreement, to be serious. And it is the reason why I want more direct election for a commission. And I think the two function, there is a president for European Council and a president for European Commission. Is a little bit strange in my point of view, because there is a battle all the time between us. You know, I'm from the same party than Charles Michel. There is some story between Charles and the president of the European Commission. It's totally stupid. In a national country, there is a chief for executive and there is a representative for legislative. Here, there is two for executive or something like that, and another one for legislative. It's too much. And if you want to change that, I come back with my idea in the beginning. I think the only solution, there is one election for the President of European Union, and now it's possible because until now, we say that is not possible because there is so much languages in European Union, so it's difficult to organize election. With the new technology, it will not a problem. With AI, I can speak Spanish, Bulgarian, perhaps, we will see, we can check just after, and it will not a problem in the future. It is a reason why, for the moment, when you talk about that, a lot of people say, yeah, it's a good idea, but you know, it's just an illusion, perhaps one day in the future. No, I think it's now. It's now we have to change that because there is too much difference and there is a great gap. It's the same in Belgium, but I think it's the same in France and in a lot of countries in European Union. There is a big gap between the population and European institution. We have to wake up about this reality, and it's a big problem because I think the only useful level in policy today is the European level, because all the challenges are the worldwide challenges, and is not in the level of a state, it's a level of European Union. In that case, we need to have more, a closer relation between population and Europe, and for that, the election is the best way. It's not the only way. It's not the only way, because election is not enough, I told, but it's the best way, and it's one of the key solutions.
Kirill, do you agree with this?
I would actually add something. Even in the current system, if we increase transparency of how decisions are made in the European Council, when your representative, who you've gone and you've elected in your government, and he's the prime minister, and he's sitting on the European Council, we should know how each one of those people vote. And we should have more transparency on the discussion. I know it's a delicate element, but the whole idea of all the national politicians excusing them said this and Brussels said that, it wasn't Brussels. It was the collection of each of the national people that's sitting around the table. And if we put more transparency to this process, people will have more credibility. And then the far rights and the far lefts would not be able to talk about how bad Brussels is. No, they can actually start facing the responsibility that their elected member on the European Council made this and this decision. Because I'm on the stage, I'll take for a second one thing, because we have all the liberals here. Bulgaria right now is facing a challenge. And it's facing a challenge because we have one of the most democratically elected mayors in one of the most strategic cities on the eastern flank of NATO, on the Black Sea, currently under arrest. So please, afterwards, get a little bit more information about this, because it's not a Bulgarian issue, it's a NATO issue. It's Putin's playbook, how he plays with oligarchs, because he really is able to export foreign corruption as his main policy instrument across Europe. And we have to fight together. I think as liberals, when we talk about superpower, this is what I'm seeing in front of me here on the screen, the only way we can become superpower is to stick to our values and play together. The bad guys are playing together pretty well. We, the liberals, always talk about education, smart people that are always arguing both sides. We have to argue both sides, but when we decide to support each other, we really have to hit hard together. Svenja, by the way, as of yesterday, after the EU Parliament discussion, has over 1 million followers in Bulgaria. So this is a good example how liberals come together and make a fight, regardless of which nation the problem is. We have common values and common challenges, and we can only beat them if we play together.
Thank you. Now let's skip a bit on the green part. So, Minister Buzoiani,
we vote on that?
We aspire to be a global green leader, but permitting procedures and industrial policies decisions move at the speed of the bureaucracy. So if the US passes the Institutional Reform Act in weeks, we take years to do that. In Mario Draghi report, there is a suggests that we need deep integration to be competitive. So my question to you is, in your environmental field, what specific piece of legislation or permitting decision has been mostly dangerously slowed by EU decision-making processes? And what qualified majority voting reform would fix it tomorrow?
So first of all, I feel like we all agreed that the majority system is something that should be in place. But I would say it's not the idea, the majority system or the unanimity system voting system is an instrument. So basically, it depends on us how we use it. Because we were talking about earlier, before the discussion here, democracy takes time, right? It takes time. Decision-making takes time, and implementing the decisions that we took in a democracy system obviously takes time. So when you have good intended decision makers that have the same goal, the same purpose, then it should be clear that the time needed to pass the legislation or to agree on something is used to find a common purpose. And for the European Union, the common purpose for a long time has been, of course, prosperity, but then again, peace. Peace in the European Union or in Europe. What we've seen in the last few years is that the institutional architecture of this European Union has slowed down the measures that we could have taken in situation where an aggressor is obviously not going to stop, an impeachment will not be able to stop it. So we need to act fast. So in cases of security, national security or European security, of course, we should go back to majority system. How do we do that? It's a theoretical question because we also need a unanimous vote to go through that. So when you're thinking about it, it's a cool theoretical question, but the idea of the countries that are right now blocking those measures, voting against them, losing that kind of power, it's not going to happen. So, but then again, it's a very good theoretical question. But the problem that I'm seeing, and it's also true, and I've seen it coming back to the environmental problem. So I don't know if there's one person here in the room that doesn't know about ETS2. So ETS2, it's the nightmare that it's either an opportunity or a nightmare. And what has happened in the last few months is that a lot of countries said, well, we need to pause the implementation of that. A few countries said that. What happened with that? We signed a letter a few months ago, and then during the Environmental Council a few days ago, we were shown the answer, and we were told, well, this is the answer for 4 months ago, for the question 4 months ago, so you need to give an answer right now on that. And the problem with that is that this kind of relationship and this kind of interaction frustrates countries that then go on and use their veto vote when they can. Because if in the ETS2 you cannot use the veto vote, but you see that in a majority system your voice, depending on the country that you are coming from, is not heard. It does not have any power in a sense of, well, this legislation it's not that we don't believe in it, it's not that we don't want it, but it's something that right now we don't have the context for it to put it in place right now. If you are not heard, if your circumstances are not heard, and if there is an equality in the circumstances of the countries, in the sense that some piece of legislation will worsen some kind of national context, not all of the context, the national context in all the European countries, of course you are going to use the veto vote when you get the chance in other scenarios. So what I'm thinking is that basically the veto vote right now, of course, when it comes to security, let me just say it very clearly. We need a majority system, but when it comes to economic strategies, for example, when it comes to environmental strategy, targets, something that is gonna impact unequally our countries, the majority system needs to be better. It needs to be something that will not fuel the frustration of the countries in order for them to backlash in other sectors. So that's the environmental angle for that, if you want. For me, it's not about the majority system or the veto. It's about what do we aim for with the environmental permits. What do we aim for? So if we aim for protecting the human rights, access to clean water, access to clean air, that's something that we should strive for. If the bureaucracy behind that doesn't go for that, it should be cut down. So it's as simple as that. Does this legislation protect any kind of human right? If so, it should stay. If not, it's just a permit that just puts another label of green on something, and then that label is used by the extremist movement.
So thank you. I do agree with you according to the last test that you posted. So Anna, one more question for you. The critic says that qualified majority voting on everything will lead to a dictatorship of the majority. So if we centralize the power, how can we guarantee that the small countries' unique needs, like, for example, the microeconomy or specific environmental challenge, won't be crushed by a majority coalition of the biggest countries? What do you think?
You know, maybe it's too easy for me because I'm not in the council and I am in the parliament, and we think more on the European level, or we're allowed to, and sometimes we're even allowed to forget the national level, which is great. There is no safeguard for that. But if we want to live in a democracy, then it's the reign of majorities. And yes, you have to safeguard minorities. That's what democracy is all about. You have to make sure that minorities are heard, that minorities are protected, and that is true in a nation state. That is also true on the European level when it comes to national groups, individual situations. But I think we just heard very well about how that is also a question of how the decision process is designed, not so much necessarily how the decision is made in the end, but how do you get there, and to what extent are fears of individual countries being taken seriously and being taken on board in the actual legislation. So I think, at the end of the day, you can never safeguard that there will never be a decision that will override someone's individual interest. But at the same time, I think, we now have, I think, a great example with Repower EU. Repower EU phasing out Russian gas, right? Yes, there's 2 countries that will be hurt by that, probably more than others economically, because, coming from a country myself that is land-bound, we actually finally got rid of Russian gas over the last few years. Yes, our energy prices are a lot higher, but that's not due to having gotten rid of Russian gas, because that was actually the most expensive gas we ever imported. So we have to be careful, because these exact countries, Hungary and Slovakia, they didn't do their homework for political reasons. And so we can't be held hostage by these very valid economic, the economic fears they're having. They're real and they're legit. But it's not anyone's fault that they're having those fears apart from their own. And we can't make up on the European level for mistakes that are made on a national level from national governments. Because at the end of the day, at some point, also the national citizens have to see that maybe it was their government that wasn't doing the job. And it can't be Europe being kept behind by several individual governments that aren't doing their job.
Thank you. I just want to bring you back a little bit to the reality that we're facing as a candidate countries, and the political leaders who have to deliver difficult reforms. So EU has rules, and we respect that rules. But we also see how rules can be bent, adopted, or creatively interpreted when the political will is present. I will mention just the famous North Ireland Protocol, which was a Gordian knot cut with a very specific, creative diplomatic knife. I think that we as liberals cannot ignore what the people want and what they vote for. So I have a question to all of you, starting from here, from Anna. If EU refuses to touch the treaties or move to qualified majority voting immediately, how can the Union use this kind of creative diplomacy or innovative interpretation, like, as I mentioned, the example of North Ireland Protocol, to ensure that candidate countries, like mine, for example, Macedonia, can finalize their constitutional changes with the political guarantee that the whole accession agreement will enter into force when one is ratified? Can the EU be a superpower by being wise and not just powerful at that?
I don't know, I feel like the perfect person to answer that question was on this stage a couple of hours ago, because I really value and I think it's incredible what Marta Koos is doing in this regard with trying to find creative solutions, both to go around the unanimity votes on the accession, but also to find solutions where we can bring new members in. But if you allow me, I know this is going to be the terrible politician's way of not actually answering the question and just saying what I want to say. But I think what's important is if we talk about decision-making processes, we always end up talking about majority vote, qualified or unanimity vote, and that's important. That's absolutely important. But we need to talk about some other aspects as well. And I think we can't have this conversation without talking about the role of the Commission and how they work. And their powers. And I want to give 2 examples. So I think, as you said, it's going to be very difficult to move from unanimity to qualified. So what can we do now to actually be more effective? Now, some people in this room might not like this, but for example, let's, in the next few years, focus on regulations, because those are much quicker in implementing than directives that are then being translated into national laws. Then you have individual, differences, and then at the end of the day, again, we don't actually have a single market. There's differences in every single country. So let's focus on regulations, because they will actually make us more effective and the decision processes faster, and the implementation in particular, because that is actually where it hurts. Yes, we take a long time to take decisions, but have you looked at how long we take to implement things? I was working. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So that is one thing. And another thing that I think we have to mention as well is, finally, we need to introduce the right for initiative for the parliament. And I know this sounds maybe a bit weird, because that could also lead to just more random regulations and directives that the parliament brings forward. But the reason why I say it is that at the moment, the Commission is the only institution that can also make or decide to retract a law. It's the only institution that can decide not to introduce a law while it is being discussed. Now that leads, in a very real way, and I'm sure you have seen this as well, to, at the end of a discussion, at the end of a trilogue, everyone saying, well, we didn't want this in the first place, but at least what we have now is better than what the Commission proposed, so let's vote on it. And that can't be the right way forward for the European Union. So really, we need more powers for the Parliament, more powers for the Council, so that we have a more effective decision-making process, so that we don't spend years discussing laws that actually no one wants, and then getting them in the end anyways. And we need to make sure that we implement much faster.
Thank you.
I want to present a little bit of a different perspective. Being on the Council for a few months, you can see that actually the Commission was not taking too many decisions by itself. What was happening is certain political leaders, prime ministers, were actually coming to an agreement on something, and then the Commission would follow through their decision. But once they go back to their countries, they say, oh, it's the Commission. So there is a little bit of a political play here that we have to be aware of. The Commission many times is used as an excuse from what really is a combination of national decisions on the Council. The Council is the real power decision maker. The Commission many times translates these decisions. So when we talk about the system, I think in the end we should probably turn to some kind of a two-tier system. Some decisions have to be clearly with majority rules, and some decisions we have to live with the ability of each country to veto. And where the balance is exactly struck is very important for the future of the Union. If we go too far on everything is majority, we risk the Union attackers to take advantage of this. If we go too far on keeping the veto, we're not effective, obviously. Transparency, as I said before, is super important so that politicians do not hide behind the Commission. It's just the easiest thing. I've seen it with my own eyes. I mean, one prime minister, second prime minister, third prime minister of powerful countries or larger countries take decision and the Commission follows through, but then it's Commission's recommendation when it goes to the public. So we have to be aware of this, and we should not excuse this element. The final point is we cannot replace leadership with any kind of procedure. In the end of the day, it comes down to leadership in these debates in the Council. I've seen a few times small countries push through reforms in the whole of the European Union just because they had a really strong argument and a strong point and they were able to lead. So we have to be careful when we criticize the system, whether there is, for example, a lack of leadership on certain case, or is it a procedural problem? I have to give a small example, not to beat our own success, but the billions that were frozen for the for the Russian billions that was frozen for Ukraine was actually a Sofia proposal at the time. Bulgaria was actually able to push for 300 billion freezing of Russian assets. So not that we were so amazing at the time, we were very passionate. So I think what I want to say overall to your question, we should be coming to some kind of a two-tier system. We have to be very careful which decision falls in which tier. We should not, there should be more clarity of which national leader is voting for what so that they're not hiding behind Commission decisions. And we should not blame sometimes lack of leadership through procedural problems. Leadership can overcome procedural problems if it's strong enough.
Minister, please.
So I'm from Romania. So basically that means that I know what it looks like and what it feels like to be kept out of some Schengen zone or something like that. I would just give an example, a theoretical example, because someone just said, well, no, even if we had the conditions met for 2 years, it's okay. But then again, coming with that background, I also need to say that unanimity voting, when a session is in discussion, plays a role in legitimacy. So I would say that the problem with the leadership and with how much push do we have for decisions that are, for example, for new countries to come in the EU, is placed on if we understand the consequences of not letting those countries in. So basically, if we understand the consequences, there will be more leaders that will push forward. In Romania, for example, what happened with the Schengen zone was that we had the extremist movement who used that as an instrument. And they use that as a platform. So we do need to understand, and when the extremist movement increases in Romania, it's not a problem for Romania, it's also a problem at the European level. So do we need creative measures in order to resolve some kind of problems like this? Of course, we should use them. But we should also understand that when you have such systems work against a country, the people from that country will revolt against it. So it's a matter of consequences. Do we understand the consequences of not letting those countries in? Do we understand the consequences of not letting Ukraine or Moldova in? And if so, there should be more leaders at European level who are very vocal for that, who are working each day for that.
Mr. Boucher.
Yeah, to be direct, I think enlargement without and before a reform of governance in Europe is not a good idea. For the moment, work to enlarge the European Union with this kind of governance is just a suicide. For a lot of reasons, and if you give me the rest of the time, I can explain, but I have a lot of respect for the rest, so I don't explain, but perhaps we can have some exchange. Second point, we said that, okay, you are a member of Brussels, because my party is member of the government, and the Prime Minister go to the Council and can change a decision. But it's a theory. It's not so simple. And you know well better than me. Because when you arrive, there is a proposition. And if you want to change the proposition, it's not so easy, because there is the 26 orders, but for a lot of text, there is the agreement of the European Commission, and sometimes the agreement of the Parliament also. So if you want to change the text, the reply is, okay, but if you change that, I think there is no support of Parliament or Commission. And at the end of the day, the only solution for you is to put a veto. Because, yeah, I'm agree with the goal, I'm agree with a lot of things, but this point is too much important for me. Or, in the other side, you vote for it, but you know that some elements in the text are not good for you, for Europe, in your point of view. And after, you come back in your country, and in parliament, the member of parliament say, it's not a good choice. And you say nothing, you change nothing. But it's not so easy. It's a little bit the same in NATO, for example. When we have the debate about the 2% of GDP. In my parliament, in my national parliament, all the deputies said to the prime minister, you have to say that, you have to say that, you have to say that. And after the prime minister said to me, you know, I received 2 minutes to make my point for Belgium. 2 minutes, not a debate. There is Trump, there is all the others, 2 minutes for each one, not for Trump, no limit for Donald. And at the end of the day, with 2 minutes, you said yes or no, and nothing else. And sometimes it's a little bit the same during the council. Third point, I think, and I will finish with that, I think there is a big difference between European Union in the 70s and the European Union now. In the 70s, for example, we built Airbus. Just amazing. It is the leader, the global leader in the sector. Why? Why now is not possible to have the same? I think the first problem, there is the governance, that's right. But there is no volunteer to change governance because there is no the state of mind that European Union is so important. I don't think there is a majority. Why? Because when you are a head of state or a head of government, you don't want that another guy or girl in the European Commission is stronger than you. And with all respect, we see that now. I'm sorry. But the president of the European Commission is a perfect person, no problem. But with the political legitimacy, she was not prime minister, head of state, and she arrives, nobody knows her, and no, it's easier for the council. If you don't believe me, just one example. In 2007, Nicolas Sarkozy wanted to designate Tony Blair for the Commission. Nobody was agree with that. It's very easy to understand why. And without that, there is no leadership enough. And without leadership, there is no great decision, there is no great project, there is no great vision for European Union.
And thank you. Thank you all. Before I go to the last question, I will just add that the world is moving at the speed of a crisis, and EU is still moving at the speed of 27 national capitals. So my final question for all of you, and you will have just 1 minute, and please be strict to the minutes. The Superpower Europe we dream of needs 2 things, power and wisdom. If you had to choose one immediate, non-treaty change action that shows the wisdom the EU needs to reform itself and secure its neighborhood, what would that action be? Kirill? If you had to choose one, power or a wisdom, what action would it be?
So that's an interesting question.
Internal reforms or external?
Clearly wisdom, because we don't understand the question.
But for the minute that I have, you need to use power wisely. First of all, you cannot separate wisdom with power. It's a scary thing. We have it in few places around the world now. It's not a good thing. Second, I think the biggest challenge we have today for Europe, right now, I believe, is the war in Ukraine. And we have to prioritize it. And we have to be strong. And we should not allow the Russians to interfere with our social media. We've spoken earlier about that. We should not allow them to bribe different political leaders in Europe, and we should be really strong against them. Until we stop this conflict, everything else, in my opinion, right now is secondary. We are having a crazy guy east of us who is really not stopping at anything. We have to pull ourselves together, put our differences for a while aside, and really try to help Ukraine finish this with a peaceful resolution, and then continue with all the challenges that we have out. Unless we're safe, we cannot be competitive, we cannot do other stuff. Safety first. Thanks.
Thank you. Anna?
I think maybe not so much in action than the wish that in our fear and in our fight against autocracies that we actually slither into autocracy ourselves. I think particularly when we talk about wanting to make quick decisions, the first institution that gets left behind tends to be the parliament. We've seen this happen now, even in the European Union. Rearm Europe had to be a quick decision, so let's not talk to the parliament about it. We get new fast-track procedures into the House every single week, where both the Council and the Parliament are basically being pushed to either you agree or it's just not going to happen. So I think here my biggest fear is that in trying to overcome autocracy, we actually damage our own parliamentary system and our own democracies. So that would be my wish, that we are wise enough not to do that.
Thank you.
So I think wisdom means power. Wisdom brings power, whereas power in itself without wisdom is destructive. So I would definitely choose wisdom, and I would use that wisdom to find equilibrium in a world where we see the extreme, the polarizing in each domain. The European Union has the niche value core to find equilibrium in this world.
Thank you.
I think we need less legislation for more industry, energy, defense. And when we will have that, you will have sovereignty, you will have autonomy. And when you have sovereignty and autonomy, you can share values, and in that case, you can realize all your wishes. But I think the third thing is the question of autonomy. It's not possible to give all this lesson to the United States because we don't like the president, but we depend on the United States for defense. We give a lot of lessons to Arabic countries or Russia, but we need, and now, 40% of gas in Zeebrugge come from Russia. We give some lesson to Arabic countries, but we need also for energy. We give a lot of lessons to China, but we need China for industry, for technology. It's not possible. It's totally naive. It's not realistic. So I think we have to change that. Less lessons, more sovereignty, more autonomy, and in that case, I think that we can share our values into the world, because the world needs Europe's. Because for the moment, a lot of development come from in other side than Europe, and we see the result. It's not a world with peace. It's not a world with, sharing values. It's just a world with fighting, battle, with domination. And I don't want this kind of world. I want a world with our values, but we have to be stronger to share these values. Thank you.
Thank you. So because we are on the end of this debate, before I finish, I want just to pose a question to all of you, and you can just think about it when you will leave this room. I just want to ask, will the EU use its power to be a tyrant of the rules, or will it use its wisdom to be a superpower of innovative solutions? So it depends from all of us, so please think about this. Thank you all for the debate. Thanks to the panelists, and thank you all for the participations.